Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're going to begin in 2 minutes' time. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are 2 minutes away from the beginning of conference. Please take your seats.
Shows on Summit TV, the Home Channel, Supersport Blitz, and Kwese Sports. When he's not scripting, directing, recording voiceovers, you'll find him in front of the camera, presenting a wide range of programming. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our multi-talented program moderator, the man with the velvet voice, Mr. Cyrus Rogers.
Thank you, everybody. We'll start the day the right way. I know you all got it all this morning. Brandflex is what I mean. Thank you, everybody, for being here. It is a lovely venue and a great turnout so far. We're in for a treat over the next couple of days, and we have some very special delegates with us today. But more than anything else, it's a very important time for us to celebrate because we're all in the room together again after a couple of years of only seeing each other behind monitors. I think you all deserve a round of applause, please. We are very, very happy to be able to welcome the Deputy Minister this morning, and I will allow all of the proceedings to happen before that. But before we do that, I just want to give you some of the house rules. All of your cell phones, please on silent. We wouldn't like them to start ringing because one of the things, and if you were here at the last conference in 2019, I have threatened to tackle people, and I've been practicing in lockdown. If there was one thing I was doing, it was working on my tackle technique. So please put your cell phones on silent. The reason we want them on is for all of the, you'll be interacting with us on our platforms. I will give you the rest of the house rules shortly. The Deputy Minister is in attendance. So please, ladies and gentlemen, could you all rise as she walks into the room? Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Minister Chikunga. please take your seats. We will now be playing the national anthem. For those of you with good voices, we'd like to hear them. Please stand. Thank you, everybody. I can't think of a more beautiful song than the national anthem of South Africa. I feel exactly like the Springboks. I could run around on the field right now. To give us the official opening of proceedings today, I'd like to call on the chairperson of the Railway Safety Regulator, Mr. Boy Johannes Nobunga, to please welcome us all formally. So please welcome him to the stage. I do have a write-up for him. However, this is a gentleman who needs very little introduction, as he is a very special human being. Please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome the chairperson to the stage.
Program Director, good morning. Deputy Minister of Transport, Ms. Ndisiwe Chikunga, the board, the Deputy Chairperson of the Board of RSR and other board members, the members of board of other entities present here today, the members of the Portfolio Committee of Transport who are present, if any, the CEO of RSR, Metse Pokhare, other CEO of entities present here today, presenters, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to this fifth annual Rail Safety Conference. The first in-person conference after the lockdown and restrictions that were imposed to us upon the visitation by COVID in this world. It is indeed a great moment for us as RSR to be seeing many of you whom we were interacting with through the new normal of virtual communication and interaction. Your presence here today speaks to the commitment that all of you are having in ensuring that this rail industry should continue to provide to all of South Africa, the African continent, and the world at large with this mode of transport that carries massive goods and services as well as people. And seeing you here as the RSR in this conference is an indication that we are committed in ensuring that we utilize this industry to better the lives of our people in this country and the continent in particular. So we are, as RSR, happy to have you here, more especially after the challenges that were created by COVID-19 in the rail space. We all know what happened during COVID, the vandalization of the rail infrastructure, which led to the many problems that we are having, including problems of tracking on our roads. And as RSR, we are saying this conference should be used as a stepping stone to recharge and press the restart button. And when we press the restart button, we shouldn't be fearful of taking bold decisions that would even mean ensuring that we change not only the way we used to do business before COVID, but also in ensuring that if we have to have new infrastructure, this is about the time that we should be utilizing to ensure that when we rebuild the rail sector, we do it in a manner that makes us to take those decisions that ordinarily we wouldn't have taken had the challenges that we are facing now not arose. So we are happy as RSR and welcoming all of you here, the presenters in particular. I am hopeful that you have taken into consideration many of these challenges, and you would be reflecting on them and also proposing solutions that would be able to take us forward. And we are hopeful that the delegates that are here would also be interacting with the presentations that you have prepared. And with that, I am sure that we would come out of this conference even wiser in ensuring that the rebuilding process of the rail sector is such that it makes us to leave a good legacy and create a springboard for the future of the rail sector in this country. Before I conclude in welcoming you, let me also take this opportunity, because my second task is to introduce the Deputy Minister. She is a person that needs no introduction. However, I will indicate that she is a person that is passionate with the welfare of the people of this country, in particular, the women, the youth, and the people with disabilities in this country. That is informed by her background. She is a person who holds a master's degree in nursing, and she used to be a lecturer of midwifery. So she knows how we come. And as a result, She loves us from the day we come until the day we go. She is a leader of the African National Congress. She led almost in all the structures, right from the branch up to the NEC. She is also, as a person who loves people and also loves communities, a leader of SANCO, the South African National Civics Organization, because she is a person who is concerned about the welfare of the people and how the people are able to get going, particularly those that are deprived. Honorable Deputy Minister, Batsakacetso. Let's put our hands together for the Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Our Acting Director General of the Department of Transport, Mr. Ngwako Makaipia, Chairperson of the Rail Safety Regulator Board of Directors, Mr. PJ Nobunga, members of the RSR Board of Directors, CEO of RSR, Ms. Tsepo Khare, executive officers of rail operators, senior officials from the National Department of Transport, the regulator and rail operators, esteemed conference delegates, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Before I commence with my speech, Program Director, allow me to make a disclaimer. It's been 2 days now without sleep. I'm seriously jet-lagged from a trip from Canada. So as I'm standing before you, I haven't slept in the true sense of the word. However, I come from a school of thought that says duty comes first, or you comply and complain later. That's the situation. But ladies and gentlemen, it is a singular honor and a great privilege to be invited to address this esteemed occasion of the annual Railway Safety Conference, yet another milestone in the history of rail in our country. It gives me courage to see you gathered here today in such great numbers. After 2 years of being subjected to virtual platforms only and having to adapt to a new normal due to the disruptions brought about by COVID-19, as the chairperson has indicated. I hereby extend a warm welcome to all delegates in attendance and trust that collectively we'll come up with groundbreaking solutions that will assist us in improving the quality of our rail services, underpinned by a robust railway safety regime. We're meeting during the October Transport Month, where primarily as a transport team, we shine the light intently to critically discuss the trajectory of transport and how to improve on transport infrastructure and our service offerings. During this month, we also gather to celebrate significant milestones we have recorded as a sector in our respective industries. It is therefore not a coincidence that this annual Rail Safety Conference is happening in the month of October. This conference is an imperative and a strategic platform for all rail stakeholders to engage and collaborate on safe, efficient, and reliable solutions addressing the emerging risks across Africa and beyond. It is in line with our National Development Plan, Vision 2030, where as a country we set out a long-term perspective on how we envisage the future of transport, especially the rail sector. Hence our theme for today, which says, gearing up for safer rail in 2030. We need to know step by step, year by year, what we must do in order to achieve our vision in 2030. Our National Development Plan long-term aspirations are characterized in three broad areas, which are sustainable increase on employment opportunities through faster economic growth, improvement on the quality of education, skills development, and innovation in all sectors, and consistency in building the capability of the state to play a developmental transformative role. You will agree that such ambitious goals require sectors such as transport to be agile in their plans and programs in the development of their infrastructure and service offerings. Also, they require policy shifts in an enabling legislative environment. Program Director, the short and long-term shifts in global trade and investment are rapidly reshaping the world economy and international politics. And such changes compel nations of the world, including South Africa, to review and fast-track their development implementation strategies. It places an unprecedented agency to invest on infrastructure that responds to complex global challenges while simultaneously focusing on rapidly growing their economies. South Africa has been responding to these trends by bolstering competitiveness and investment in high value added sectors and industries such as the transport sector, amongst others. The economies of many African countries have also grown more rapidly over the past decade, significantly reducing extreme poverty for the first time in about half a century, and the continent has carved out a greater voice in global institutions. And you will agree that the advent of COVID-19 and devastating natural disasters have significantly reversed such positive strides to the detriment of our emerging economies. Several structural and institutional weaknesses emerged and translated to slow economic growth, lack of investments, high cost of doing business, rising unemployment, destruction of transport links and infrastructure networks, as well as increased margins of inequality and poverty. All these have affected our global competitive edge. As the transport fraternity, we are expected to have responded to these broad areas come 2030. We must have been able to bridge geographic distances affordably, foster reliability and safety, so that all South Africans can access previously inaccessible economic opportunities, social spaces, and services. We must have been able to support economic development by allowing the transport of goods from points of production to where they are consumed. And this is expected to also facilitate regional and international trade. And we must have promoted a low carbon economy by offering transport alternatives that minimize environmental harm. To be specific, in the rail sector, we are expected to have been able to establish reliable, economical, and smooth flowing corridors linking various modes of transport. I'm talking about road, rail, air, seaports, and pipelines. Currently, these corridors are dominated by outdated, malfunction-prone railway technology and poor intermodal linkages. Although rail is the ideal mode of transport for large, uniform freight traveling further than 400 kilometers, about 69% of all freight transport activity measured by 10 kilometers is conveyed by road, parts of which are rail friendly. This undoubtedly strains our road network, which is already suffering from significant maintenance backlogs and contributes to poor road safety. Esteemed delegates, prioritizing rail safety, affordability, and efficacy is one of the primary goals which the National Development Plan puts emphasis on. The fact is, we are left with only 8 years to ensure the achievement of these goals. The truth is that government cannot attain these goals alone. Government, industry, as well as interested and affected stakeholders have to partner and collectively sustain the commitment to improve safety in our rail sector. And this we do in alignment with guidance from existing prescripts, such as the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, which is aimed at stimulating equitable and inclusive socioeconomic growth. We also need to strengthen our regional and continental cooperation and collaborations through existing instruments, such as the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. I passed through Ghana when I was flying to South Africa from Canada. They have a plan for African Continental Free Trade Agreement. I'm not very sure whether we do. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to mention today that even though we are still recovering from the setbacks as the rail industry, we have the strength and ability to intervene and assist in fast-tracking the economic recovery process. This is particularly because of all modes of transport. Statistically, it has been scientifically proven that rail is the safest mode, but the aviation will also say aviation is the safest mode. I don't know as to which one is right. And it's therefore safest mode of transport, with a unique characteristic of moving both people and goods into them. To ensure that transport remains the heartbeat of economic growth and social development, the National Department of Transport has concluded a national rail policy, which I think you're aware of, which affords the sector a greater platform to foster transport integration while creating a conducive environment for development, as well as a regulatory environment that promotes a safer rail system. Program Director, revamping our rail remains a key focus area in the government's infrastructure plans. As such, the investment in our rail will not only ensure that it remains the pillar of our economy, but will be able to compete with the rest of the world when it comes to connectivity. Our access to local and international economies heavily relies on the ability of the rail system to be responsive and flexible to global changes, particularly in demand for goods. Therefore, our railways must at all times provide companies with the ability to compete globally, irrespective of changes that affect trade. It is true that our rail infrastructure suffered severe attacks during the lockdown, as the chairperson has indicated, and floods adversely impacted on rail services. To remedy this setback, our operators and regulator have been working around the clock to ensure that the rail infrastructure is restored and that safety is at the heart of all operations. While this remains work in progress, let me mention that we have opened a number of corridors in Gauteng and of course here in the Western Cape respectively. Ladies and gentlemen, to make remarkable progress in the provision of safe railways, it is important to take stock of our current state of safety in our railways. As part of our legislative statutes, the rail safety regulator is mandated to annually produce a state of safety report of the South African railways. This report provides an analysis of operational occurrences and security-related incidents and harm to persons, primarily to inform all stakeholders of the safety of workers, the public, and the environment associated with railway operations. Allow me now to briefly reflect on what the State of Safety Report 2021-2022 entails, without, of course, necessarily drilling down to the granular details, as those will be covered by the presentation or a presentation by the CEO, Ms. Tshepo Gare, later in the program. But Program Director, the report highlights the reduced rail services in 2021-2022 and how that resulted in less operational occurrences and less security-related incidents since 2020-2021. Although this is an improvement in human-related safety performance, it must be viewed in the context of the low traffic volumes. The report unpacks the 6% reduction in security-related incidents between 2021 and 2022 reporting periods. The rail policing arm identified unused buildings, absence of or lack of security personnel, encroachment of the railway reserves, and security personnel not clearly identified as part of the main generators of railway-related criminal activities. Malicious damage recorded in 2021-2022 is 10% lower compared to the 2020-2021 reporting period. Furthermore, operational occurrences increased by 2% when compared to the 2020-2021 reporting period. We can agree that all these gains are indicative of some improvement. However, they also denote that we must work harder at ensuring compliance to safety management tools within the operator space. It is important to note that the restrictions imposed by the pandemic necessitated change in the way inspections and audits are conducted. During the 2021-22 reporting period, the RSR regional offices conducted close to 300 SMS audits, some of which were conducted virtually. During the period under review, RSR received railway management maturity assessment reports from the Class A dangerous goods operators, and also managed to complete the process of producing a validated hazard log as part of its journey of building a safety risk model for the South African railway industry. In compliance to the SMS determination and SAN standards requirements, during the 2021-2022 reporting period, various operators continued to submit their new works and new technological development projects. The number of project reviews that were conducted increased by 9% from 155 in the 2020-21 reporting period to 170 in the 2021-2022 reporting period. Through its endeavor, the Railway Safety Regulator has established platforms to engage stakeholders, communicate developments, and inspire participation in interventions that impact the industry and rail safety, while encouraging support for effective enforcement and relevant standards and regulations. As part of its stakeholder engagement initiatives, the RSR continued to reach out to stakeholders across various platforms, such as the annual Rail Safety Conference, State of Safety Dialogues, and industry meetings using either physical contact sessions or digital platforms due to COVID-19 pandemic. So ladies and gentlemen, I must commend the work well done by Rail Safety Regulator. And having seen the subtopic up for discussion in this conference, which among others include human factor management in rail, the future of digital encryption technologies to improve safety performance of urban passenger rail system, accelerating towards the dynamic, reliable, and flexible railway of the future, and adopting technology, working smarter and improving efficiencies, it gives me a semblance of hope that if the recommendations emanating from this conference are implemented with the agility and agency required, it is possible to achieve our set out vision 2030 long-term goals. Esteemed delegates, I wish to congratulate the Railway Safety Regulator first for receiving a clean audit, and second, no more. For receiving a clean audit, and secondly, for once again organizing a conference of this magnitude, providing a center stage for captains of the industry to share best practices and discover new ways of making our railways advance to world standards. I trust that the robust debates and meaningful industry participation will pave the way for the regulator's strategic direction and foster sustainable, innovative, technological advancement for the railway industry and allow for transformation as we embrace the new normal. Program Director, As I close, while the state of safety report of our railways may seem like statistics and figures that need to be balanced, let us note that this is human lives that are lost. It is breadwinners that are taken from their families, innocent children that are orphaned, and commuters who are injured while trying to make a better life for themselves. They are the treasure and human capital that makes South Africa a nation. And I'm informed that designing railways, keeping them running, making sure all systems run optimally require Albert Einstein's kind of mathematics brain. And today, we have all the Albert Einsteins of South Africa and Africa present in this conference. It thus cannot be business as usual. As professionals and experts in the rail industry, we need to change the narrative and ensure that the quality of rail services as experienced by our people is world-class. We must emerge from this conference with tangible, groundbreaking, innovative solutions that will make us achieve our road to rail vision as South Africa and as the continent. With those words, I officially declare the National Rail Safety Conference open, and I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Minister. It is an amazing thing to be able to come to a conference and listen to such an incredible opening address from somebody who has had very little sleep. So we commend you even further. If I miss out on 5 minutes sleep, there's problems with words, letters, and numbers, figuring them out in my head. So I really must applaud you, Deputy Minister. I would like at this point, everybody, please, to ask you all just to make sure that you've got all your cell phones on silent. And I asked you earlier. And then I also wanted to just bring up our theme yet again, which is gearing up for safer rail in 2030. We're working very, very hard to get to that point. And with that in mind, we know that our next presentation will be on the rail safety report. Giving us the address on that specifically will be the Acting Chief Operating Officer of RSR, Freddie Khumari. He will be brought up on stage shortly. So please, ladies and gentlemen, give him a warm welcome to the front. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. Just need to get my guys right over here. I just knew this was going to happen. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Honorable Deputy Minister, Acting DG, Chairperson of the RSR Board members of the RSR, esteemed guests, I greet you in this morning in the name of railway safety. My name is Freddie Khumari, and I'm the yes, it's in the name of railway safety, or the banner of railway safety, something that I'm very passionate about. My name is Freddie Khumari, and I'm the acting COO of the RSR. And today it gives me a great pleasure to be talking to you about the state of railway safety in South Africa through the presentation of the Railway State of Safety Report. Now, my presentation is not going to be a long one, but I would like to touch on the introduction, specifically the reasons why we're producing this report. And it will be important for us to talk about the industry overview, just to say, who are these operators where we're getting this data from? And then it's important then to just talk briefly about the highlights, the year-on-year highlights that's next year compared to this year. And then the long-term trend over the, I think, 12-year period. That will be very important to talk about. And then security, of course, it's a trending issue that we need to talk about. And then we'll then talk about the things that we are doing at the RSR to try and address the state of safety or the data that we are looking at. Now I see there's something right in front of me. Thank you so much. Now, the annual state of safety report, why are we producing this report? This report, ladies and gentlemen, it provides an assessment of the safety performance of railway operators, and it is produced in compliance with Section 20 of the RSR Act to objectively report on the safety performance of railways for the year under review in the Republic of South Africa. Clause 21 of the Act stipulates that the RSR shall produce an annual report on the safety of persons. That includes the workers, the public, and the environment. The Deputy Minister spoke about this. These are not just, just numbers. We're talking about lives here. So we're talking about the workers, the public, and the environment that are associated with railway operations. And then the state of safety report as well, just a bit more in terms of introduction. That section of the Act, Section 37 of the Act, says that operator, this talks to where we're getting the data. It says that operators in South Africa must report the category and type of railway occurrences in the manner and form prescribed by the minister. And this manner and form is prescribed through regulations, is prescribed through standards and other legislative instruments. And then this is how we get in these occurrence reports, the data. Operators report these occurrences and incidents. Occurrences, ladies and gentlemen, Deputy Minister, these are things like your derailments, your collisions and so on. And then incidents, those are security related incidents. Those are your theft or vandalism and so on. So operators, they report these occurrences and incidents daily to our contact center, quarterly via the NIMS system, National Information Management System, through emails and other matters, specifically the cell phone. Now, again, it's important, ladies and gentlemen, to talk about the railway industry. Who are we talking about when we talk about the railway industry in South Africa? They're not too unfamiliar to us, but in our database for last year, we're talking about data from a total of 219 railway operators. These are now organizations that are in possession of safety permits that are issued by the railway safety regulator. But we know, of course, that we have Prasa Rail and TFR as the largest two operators in South Africa. And that the BOC trading as Gautrain is another significant operator operating that rapid rail system, the 80-kilometer rapid rail system in Gauteng province. And then, ladies and gentlemen, the remainder of the safety permit holders comprise, amongst others, of terrorist operators, or rovers rails and so on. Our mining operators, municipal sidings are important players as well, industrial operators and other numerous private siding operators. That's why as a mechanical engineer, I trust hard wiring, these radio signals and so on. They can do that to you. But we did speak about these highlights, the year-on-year comparisons. Let's talk to this specific slide. What it tells us, the Deputy Minister referred to this. I must say she knows the report very well. So she stole some of my thunder, if I'm allowed to say that. But yeah, right, we had a marginal increase in terms of those operational occurrences, that's 2%. The places that are worrying us are those aspects, category C, unauthorized movements of rolling stock during, unauthorized movement of rolling stock. These are locomotives and so on, signals, right? There's category C, there's a bit worrying, and then people related, people struck by trains. That's a bit worrying. We are seeing rates there, but everywhere else there's a good story to tell. But this can be expected, ladies and gentlemen. We're looking at a very low base year. Last year when we almost didn't, or the other year when we almost didn't have any movements. So we are seeing some movement there in terms of these aspects, but they happen mostly in the yards. So, but this is something that's concerning, because if that can happen in the yard, then it will go into the mainland, and that's where we get nasty accidents. But these people struck by trains incidents, they are also worrying. We talked about it. These are not just statistics; these are real lives. Now, this is a year-on-year comparison, and it's very important for us to have an appreciation of a long-term view of the data, because that's where we get some intelligence whether we have an improvements in state of safety or not. The long-term view is very important. This, okay, but still, this is the year-on-year data. We had a total of 9,637 negative events recorded for the year, compared to last year's 10,076. And then the breakdown of that, the 2% increase from operational occurrences, that was 2,060 during 2021-22, when it was 2024 in 2020-21. But as far as those security-related incidents, we had in this year 7,577. That's a reduction from there's something wrong with the number. There's a 6% reduction, but there's something wrong with this 8052. But nonetheless, there's a 6% reduction compared to what we saw last year. Now we have to talk about this theft of assets and vandalism, and I made a highlight out of this just to also show that the total number of theft of asset incidents recorded in 2021 was 6,040, which is 5% lower when compared to the 2021 reporting. Now, some people will be puzzled. We're still thinking about what gives rise to this. Are we really saying that the theft of asset is not that much of an issue, which is only 5% decrease? And we know that there are many ways to explain that. Some do not like the reasoning when we say that it doesn't sound good when we say that there isn't much more to steal. Anyway, but because it doesn't tell a good story. But there's the decrease, 5% lower. There's a theft of asset. We had issues elsewhere. The deputy minister spoke about this, the 10% around incidents of vandalism. But we say that we have a whole category and subcategories of incidents on these safety-related incidents, and we've seen that the theft of assets, which is a category 1 occurrence or incident, they contributed to a total of 79% of the total security-related incidents. And then, unfortunately, we are losing lives as well, ladies and gentlemen. That 157, that's what we call an FWI. There's fatalities and weighted injuries. There's just a number that tells you how many lives you are losing the railway system. And from the total number from last year is 157. Then 26.9 of that was security-related incidents. So those are the number of lives that we lost in our system. That's part of the highlights. And then we need to talk about the long-term trends. April 2010 to last year 2022, this year 2022, the RSR collected and recorded 127,704 events from railway operators. So we have quite a database of events. These are negative events that will include both security and operations related data. Now we are seeing that the breakdown hereof indicates that 36% of these events those are operational related. And to 64% security related. I know that Mr. Van Merwe will be giving a talk about, the link between security related and occurrence, these occurrence or operational safety related statistics. Is there a correlation? You'll talk to that. But the point we're trying to make here is that many of these occurrences or negative events, they coming from security related issues. That's the point we're trying to make here. But also to provide context is that we have reduced by 43% the levels of our operations since 2010, 2011. And then as part of the long-term trends, again, ladies and gentlemen, we have those in terms of security and operations related data. We can see from those, can I call it dark brown, the dark brown color bars, and then compared to the orange bars, that security, that's most of our problems. And the trend is quite clear that security is out of control. It's out of control. We are talking about around 6,000 or so. And then the ratio as well, it wasn't that much. The ratio as well, if you look at the 2010, 2011 year, reporting year, the ratio wasn't that much compared to what we've seen there in the last reporting period, the current reporting period, the 21, 22, where we had only 2,060 operational related occurrences related as compared to a total of 7,577 incidents, security issues. But the long-term trend is clear. We are having issues, security is giving us issues. And now there are categories, ladies and gentlemen, where we're looking at particular subcategories rather on operations related occurrences. These are the things that are keeping the RSR's management awake at night. These are the things that we are focusing on as the RSR. And these are addressed in the next slide. These categories are collisions. These are collisions on a running line. This is something that we want to avoid altogether and want to have a focus on that. Those are the numbers. I'll give you time to reflect whilst I read through. The others are derailments on the running lines, level crossings on a running line. There might not be too many, but we know that these are high impact occurrences, level crossings, and then people struck by trains, and then what we're having again at the platform train interchange. That's why people are trying to do para onto our trains. We know that we have issues at the interface of our platforms and our trains where the threshold mostly is a bit higher, not a bit higher, but yeah, there's an issue. It's not aligned to the threshold when you get into the, it's not aligned to the platform height. We have those issues, but those are the numbers. We can just reflect on the year-to-year analysis of the long-term trend. Long-term trend, we are seeing some improvements regarding derailments, 180 during 2013-14 compared to 102 that we see now. So generally decreases, but these are things that we need to, for example, the year-on-year, the 9 versus the 14 for collisions, that should be worrying for collisions on a running line. And this must be read and understood in the context of the intensity of our operations, where we say that we're not operating that many trains. A 43% reduction in overall traffic volumes. That was what was reported. So this must be read in context with that. So yeah, those are the numbers. We don't think there's a lot of improvement. Now, again, these are things that we, in terms of security, the long-term trends, safety-related, the same safety-related incidents, 2013-14 to 2021-22. Those are the long-term trends. Obviously, the 3,000 that we had in 2013-14 versus what we have now in 21-22, the 6,000 that we have in there. The marginal decrease I wouldn't worry about. I don't think it's significant. between those, the year-on-year comparison is not significant, but the long-term trend, this is what we're looking at, and then that's not a big pic, that's not a nice picture. We have increases, especially with regard to theft. This is something that we must look into. Yeah, now this FWIs, ladies and gentlemen, we spoke about this. Maybe let's maybe a moment to just explain what an FWIs is. This is fatality weighted injuries, where we say that we take 10 injuries, we equate that to one death, and that's irrespective of the seriousness of that injury. When we have 10 injuries, we take the 10 injuries, that's one death, and we add it to the actual number of deaths. So these are the numbers. It just assists one to come to a landing in terms of understanding the level of harm that is out there very quickly, just with one number. This is the FWI. So there's the 157 that we spoke about, but we'll recall that our mandate, we need to report on the level of safety for people including contractors, passengers, and the general public. That's what we try to do with the next slide, where we're saying this is the FWI for passengers. We can see obviously that in the years, the past 2 years, we didn't have many passengers on our systems. Both Gauteng and now Gauteng is operating almost at the normal levels, but we don't have the same for but those are the numbers. Those are the number of lives that we lost, 15.5 for the last year. But obviously, because we're coming off from a very low base, that's where we're sitting. But obviously, you don't want those numbers to go up to the levels of that 146 that we saw for passengers during the 2019-20 period. Those were high levels. Now that's for passengers, and we have a similar slide for the workforce. And you can see, Deputy Minister, that we're starting to work. The workforce is coming back to the workplace, where we're seeing that marginal increase from 1.2 to 4.5. There's the number of, these are contractors and actually operator workforce. This is what we have. And then in terms of the public, those are the numbers, quite alarming as well, that and these are people struck by trains, unfortunately. We started to move our rolling stock around, and we're getting these numbers. And if we increase to any levels close to pre-COVID, we have to arrest it, because it was at that level 118, 2020-21, and it's already at 137 lives lost. That's the general public. So we need to work out to address those numbers. And then just maybe 1 or 2 slides on this. I don't know if I'm doing well for time, but 1 or 2 slides on security related incidents. I want to highlight some issues around that that we had. The overall harm to persons that increased by 41%. And then this was recorded under those categories: the personal safety on stations, on trains, stations, and outside the platform areas. This is where we lose lives. These are categories 3 to 9 under the incidents category descriptions. 3 to 9. They increased by 43%. That's quite alarming, that I needed to highlight. And then we had these are the FWIs, 79 injuries and then 18 fatalities that we had from security related incidents. And then this is just, maybe I don't have to say much around this slide, but obviously we're having issues. Those are the two, this pie chart really just shows you that, again, we talk about the 79% contribution from just the theft of asset, and then the malicious damage to property, sometimes referred to as vandalism, contributing 17% of our security issues. Those are some of the other subcategories on security descriptions that we have, but those are the two biggest contributors: vandalism and theft of assets. Getting used to this now. Now, let's briefly on the RSR interventions. Now, these are the actual things that we do in response to these numbers. These are risk-based. We have a planning unit in the central region, not the central region, the head office. We have a planning unit that tells us, about the risk areas to say, for example, at TFR, you need to go to a particular depot. When you get to a particular depot, ask for these particular questions because we've seen that this depot, just looking at the numbers, they have issues maybe with human factors related issues, go ask questions about those things. They have issues around their maintenance, go ask questions about those. So we have a planning unit, then it then informs us, go to these particular places to do those interventions, which could be audits, inspections, so on and so on. So these are the interventions that we have. Firstly, before we get to those interventions in terms of the interventions at the regions, we have this regulatory framework development, where we are currently developing this common safety method for risk assessments, because we want maybe a common method or a standardized method for conducting these risk assessments. And this is when particularly we are introducing new technology, new works. We want to know that risk assessments are done correctly so that we address the right issues. And then this safety critical grace communication standard, this is something that we are working on. This is really just to standardize how operators, well, let me choose a better term, not operators, maybe a train control officer, how he communicates with the train driver. We need to standardize on those. And then the interface agreement standard, we need to make some improvements, or we need to work on the standard that will address those interface agreement issues that needs to be addressed when two operators or more interface at any particular point. And we have completed this hazard logging consultation with the industry. And this is part of the safety risk model development for the railway industry. And we are continuing work on this, the development of this safety risk model. This safety risk model, ladies and gentlemen, what it really tries to tell us is these are the numbers. We see the numbers, but this we're going to be able, we think, with confidence, predict where the issues are. There's the safety risk modeling. I know there will be a session on this, so I will not go a lot into it. And then let's talk about the safety permits that we issued. These safety permits, ladies and gentlemen, if you are in a possession of a safety permit issued by the regulator, you must be very proud of that piece of that piece of paper, because there's a lot of rigor that goes into it. What it says is that you also have a safety management system that is almost internationally recognized. We have standards and protocols that we adopted and adapted and adopted from our international partners. So that's one of the work that we do, and we do not issue these safety permits willy-nilly. We only really issue permits to operators that deserve, that are able to demonstrate to us that they have robust safety management systems, right? That are able to ensure that they reach their business objectives in a safe manner. So those are the permits that we issued. Not a lot, because we now have 3 to 5 year permit cycles. So those are the 26 issued that we issued around the country. And now we can also talk about the safety improvement plans, where we sort of shake hands with operators when we are issuing safety permits to sort of contract on the areas of improvement that they need to work on. If my assessment is telling me, for example, that you have issues on your risk assessments, you have issues as an operator on the number of derailments, maybe we're looking at 20 per year, then we sort of are able to contract with you to say, I need, as the RSR, I need for you to do something about these 20 derailments per year. Let's look at halving them. This is the work that we do around safety improvement plans, and this we issue again after a very rigor process. And these are technology reviews. We spoke about them. This is work that we need to do to approve new works and technology developments. Those are the numbers. I don't think I'll say more on those. And then common findings from those audits, we see that there's generally non-adherence to maintenance inspection schedules from that are stated in the operator safety management systems. There's non-compliance to manual authorization processes. Theft and vandalism of various railway components is really an issue that cannot be overstated. And then from the directives, these are improvement directives. The common safety threats, we found that those are substandard conditions with respect to the permanent payway infrastructure. And then, ladies and gentlemen, these vacancy rates, it's a very common issue that we need to talk about. We need to understand the impact of these vacancy rates. We go through various processes in our organizations, but let's have an appreciation of what these vacancy rates have on operational safety when we're making our business decisions. These are decisions that we need to make. We need to be profitable, but let's look at the vacancy rates. Railway safety makes business sense. Let us consider it when we also making business decisions, right? And then this issue, we know unsafe encroachments of the railway reserve due to informal settlements, lack of supervision resulting in task organizations not being conducted, and inadequate maintenance. Those are the common safety threats in the directives that we have to issue as the RSR in response to those non-compliant activities. I don't know if these signals that have been here for too long. But yeah, I think this is the last letter, but yeah, the DM spoke about this. These are education, these are also risk-based. So we do collect data before choosing on these activities or places where we need to undertake these activities, education and awareness activities, stakeholder engagements, media outreach and brand position activities, and profiling activities. And that's my submission, ladies and gentlemen. I think we come to the end of the presentation. And I believe there will be other platforms for questions. There'll be announcements around that. I don't know if someone is sabotaging me. Maybe it's a signal. Thank you so much.
I can almost guarantee you that there was very little sabotage. I'm unsure as to what the problem was, but I can't imagine there was anybody hoping to do you harm. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause, please. Before I introduce our next speaker, there were just a few things that I needed to get across as way of getting you to understand exactly how we're going to be operating throughout the course of today and tomorrow. So for all of you who have registered, you'll have your lanyards with your registration details on them. What you'll find is that there's a QR code on there that you'll need to scan. And the reason you need to scan this QR code is because that's the way you're going to interact with us for Q&A. And also for the polls that will be happening. So you'll find that once you've scanned this, and I've done it myself, so I know it's painless, you scan the code, it will take you through to Slido, which is the program that we'll be using. You just have to register, so at least put your name on there, so that we know that when you're putting a question forward, you're not just anonymous, and if you're going to slam any of the speakers, we know exactly who you are, and then we will come and find you afterwards. I'm hoping that it's just all perfect reviews for everybody, but please make sure that you utilize that, because we'd like to know from you exactly what's happening, and there'll also be prizes for the best speakers. So maybe that's where the sabotaging might have come in. Somebody is trying to win that prize. One of the other things that we haven't done is to indicate where the bathrooms are. Please do not go inside the venue. There is no bathroom where you're sitting. It is outside. You'll see the clearly marked outside. Obviously, no smoking in venues. That has been a norm for a long time. The exits, the emergency exits specifically, are right behind you, the way you came in. And of course, the exhibition venue will be open shortly. After our speaker, we will be going through to the exhibition venue. For those who want to know where that is, once you exit this room, it'll be towards your left. very clearly marked down the passage. You'll go down that way. The Deputy Minister will be opening the exhibition space for us once our next speaker is done. And when we're there, we're going to have a whale of a time. I just know we will. Those are all of the other information that I needed to get across now. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Mr. Jaap van der Merwe, railway consultant who has been working with the RSR for a very long time. He's the technical author of the Railway Safety Regulators Annual State of Safety Report since 2016. Welcome him, please, to the stage. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Honourable Minister. Recognize Acting DG, Chairperson, CEO, all the colleagues and friends. Wonderful to be together again, isn't it? So, I've been at this for a very long time, and we're trying to get a data set that's long enough to start to understand what deeply buried information we could derive. Because every year we record and we sit with similar outcomes, and it's becoming worse than this. So let's see what we could uncover. Let's do like my colleague. Just press down. Thank you. So we're starting with a crime situation, and I'm trying to get my head around what causes people to take good assets and make them worthless in our society. So there's some crazy work done in Costa Rica, of all places, by academics. They tested it in Brazil and Argentina and Costa Rica. I think we can learn something from them why people are criminal. Because that will help us a lot to understand what our response would be. So first of all, you can see just some comments there. The crime levels are not controlled solely by the public resources spent on deterrence, policing, but by the characteristics of the criminal justice system. Next slide. You can just push for me. As the perceived probability of being punished for illegal undertaking diminishes, it's more appealing to be criminal. I'm not going to get caught. Then, I think we must just page there, Chief. As more crimes are committed, then the legal system becomes overburdened. And that, of course, makes it more difficult. Now we throw police force at this to increase the deterrence, to create more cases that are more undoable. Next, please. So effectively, the probability of being punished diminishes. And once that penny drops with the bad guys, then you get this explosion. Next, please. So adding more police is not solving the problem. Adding more security will not solve the problem. It might be symptomatic. Treat an acute situation won't solve our problem. Next, please. And then we have exogenous shocks on the system. I'll see if it works out. Things like a COVID scenario. The scary part is, if you'll see now in the data, this started long before COVID. This problem started long before COVID. It started in 2014, 13. We bottomed out on rail crime, and it's been climbing ever since. So there's another reason it's not COVID, and we should not blame COVID solely for what happened. Right, so this is the spider diagram. I'm not going to try and explain it to you. This is in engineering language, a systems dynamics diagram, which shows you how these things interact with each other. But I want to show you 2 or 3 pathways. The first pathway, press down please. You'll see there's a green curve. That is what we expect people to do because we have criminals in society. We don't have a perfect society. You come in as a criminal, you commit a crime, gets reported, you get arrested, you go to court, you go to jail. But what now has happened is, you see, there's this converging point with the orange lines. That's the one point where the perceived perception of punishment has reached the point where people think they can get away with it. And now what that happens is it siphons from all these standard processes, it siphons this perception off. I don't get arrested, I don't get prosecuted properly, I don't go to jail. If I go to jail, I'm out within a few months or in half my term. And that creates a perception of risk that I can take. Next one, please. And then this happens. we create this recycle and we get a positive cycle. So what we're looking at from this model in our society is the orange has caused the green to become green and red. Not only red, green and red. And what you are seeing is we had a stable society of a level of green crime, if there's such a concept, which has now become a green plus a red crime thing. And it plays out in our infrastructure in this country because of poverty and many other reasons. So the question then, next please, how do we attack that? So I've taken the approach to look at this macroeconomic concept called PESTEL. What is the political, economic, social, environmental, legal, and technical disposition a society must have to function? We're looking at the railway only at a technical level. And we are deliberately putting on blinkers so that we don't have to worry about this. The other guys must sort that out. In reality, we will not have an available and a safe railway. We will not have quality of service if the political framework's not in place, policy framework which has now come in place to this young man. The economic development reaches the point where we have more jobs than we have at present, where our population growth per GDP is lower than our GDP growth and actual money that people get richer. Our environmental systems are in place. It takes 3-4 years to get an environmental approval to do the most simplest of things. And whether our legal system is functioning, it is unfair. And I've spared my colleague, where is Hisham? I've spared my colleague to total debate today. I'll only show data on Transnet Freight Rail because I think it has a massive current situation given the tragic situation we have as from today. But if you look at what happens, it is a miracle that these managers can actually run their trains. It's an absolute miracle, and you'll see it now. Next, please. So this is what's happened from 2010 to 2021 of the 3 main state-owned operators. The flat curve at the bottom is the Gautrain, Triple P. And this is the number of passengers per train. So you could see, say for lockdown, they've run a ramp up when they started, and lockdown now, they've run equal amount of passengers per train every year. So the service is balanced. PRASA has gone all the way down for many reasons. But you can see it has been an escalating decline since 2014. It's not a new thing. It sort of recovered in 2019, and then, of course, the lockdown process has destroyed the service. And when the service destroyed, there was a lot of vandalism. So it's a PRASA now operates a train service of the same scale that Gautrain is in terms of passengers per train. Much longer trains, less people. Transnet has an interesting scenario. They've run less trains, but put more tons on a train. And that is largely because they've, on the ore line, they've made these very, very longer and longer and longer trains, and now 378 wagons on the manganese trains, but not only to Saldanha. So Transnet looks incredibly efficient in tons per train, but there's actually less trains. But that means there's more network capacity in theory. So we can run a better service. So that's a good thing. But you can also see during lockdown, of course, there was a diminishing service. Next slide, please. So what I've done is, as you remember, we had 64% incidents, criminal incidents, and we had 34% operator mistakes, like collisions and derailments and so on. So this is the ratio of the bigger number, the crime, divided by the occurrences. And I show 2 curves. The dark curve is a simple ratio. 64 to 36 from 2010. The more worrying figure is the one if you normalize it for train kilometers. That's the work done. If you take that ratio by train kilometers, you get the light colored line. And what you can see is the crime is rampantly running away. And it's been running away since 2014. Not a new thing. Don't blame COVID. It completely ran away during COVID. And what we don't know is because we report all crime, we don't know if it was a big piece of stuff that was stolen or a small piece. It's an incident that gets reported to the police and so on. So we don't know the monetary and the business impact of every one incident. We just know there were many. But this is what it looks like when you normalize it to train kilometers, which is why we have trains, is to run train kilometers. Now this curve looks at the cost. So this is the rands per train kilometer lost. Direct cost of loss, not business cost of loss. Now, what's the point? The point is around 2011 through to 2014, every one occurrence and or incident cost R5 per train kilometer. Now it's 2019, it was already at 15 Rand, that's 3 times more. And currently it sits at 25 Rand. So quietly, we've been inflating. This is an inflationary cost of epic proportions. The cost of loss per train kilometer. Nobody sees it, nobody hears it. We all know it, but we can't see it. It's one of those slow poisons. So for the operator to stay in business, every train kilometer, he has now to find 25 rands to go back to the, in absolute terms, to go back to the 2010, 11 cost of loss. Somewhere, you must find that money and pay it back into the system. So I was always hoping we could use this whole reporting process, this whole function of the RSR as a business tool, not a regulatory tool. It is a regulatory tool from a safety point of view, but this is commercially valuable. Do the math of the train kilometers over these years times this curve, and you can see how much money we've thrown away in this country because we don't focus on the cost of loss. This morning on 702, the industry was saying just on the non-performance currently on the freight system, 100 billion Rand loss, 27 billion Rands worth of tax gone for the year. We could have built many houses, finished many schools, recapacitated many hospitals, but we choose to ignore that money. That's why I think we sit with a social problem, not only with a simple railway problem. Next slide, please. This is what this data only shows from 10 to 16, but this gives you a breakdown on the left of what happened, and on the right, you know, how much it cost in millions. You can see the blue line, which is derailments, not many of them, but boy, are they expensive. That big cost in the 400 million odd in 2010 was when they were commissioning this radio distributed power, and the one rack broke loose at the back and drove into itself. And the train came off, I think it was on a bridge. That was a big number. Whereas you can see theft and vandalism is a big number of things that happen, but on the right, you can see it's not a big cost. A bit of 3 kilograms of copper stolen here and 1 transformer there. Then you can see also the train fires were a huge issue. We spent literally 100 million a year for the better part of 7 years burning our own trains. You saw them burn in Cape Town Station. They burnt them in the depot, the yellow trains. Next slide, please. So now what I'm going to show you after this, and we're going to experiment now with the 4th Industrial Revolution, because we're going to animate things and listen to things to try and visualize this data. So we've taken the collisions, the derailments, the level crossings, and the train fires as main indicators of safety occurrences. And then we've taken theft and vandalism as the main indicator of crime. And we've created let's say, a sub-universe of the database, and I'll show you animations for the last 12 years per corridor. And you can see just that number of events that we included, 76% of them was theft and vandalism over the 10-year, 12-year period. Remember the colors, you'll see them again. But what you can see from this is event frequency, the number of times it happens per year, per corridor. The Ermelo Richards Bay is 18 times more prone to events occurring than the Sessions-Saldanha line. 18 times. That's 1 order of magnitude times 2. The frequency of the Durban-Gauteng General Freight Corridor is 3 times more prone to incidents than the Cape Corridor, including the link from Bosmasburg to Kimberley. So if I were a private guy, I'd rather invest in the iron ore line because they don't have a crime problem compared to the coal line. But we sit on the coal line with a double line, most incredible industrial port on the continent, connected to very close to Gauteng, relative rail distances. And we sit in Natal with a double line, short section that's not a double line, which is the most important container port on the continent and our primary port for valued goods coming in. So we can't ignore the fact that 18 times and 3 times GFB to heavy oil matters. So I'm going to make this in sound. So the next slide is going to make you hear what does Sishen Saldanha sound like. Ding, 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 as it happens. And I'm going to also play to you what it sounds like at the coal line goes. Trrr. So I'm going to ask our colleague, next slide, to switch on top left first. Listen carefully, as somebody has said before, listen properly. Now the next one below. Just add the one below. Add the one top left, top right, bottom. Sounds nice to run a railway, doesn't it? So what you could hear is on the left was 138 hertz. That's the iron ore line. Ding, 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 things happening. Now play again just the iron ore line and the coal line below it, please. So there's a stop left and what is it? Where's the other one? The top left and bottom right. Just play those two for me. Top left. That's the difference between running iron ore trains and coal trains. Shocking. Absolutely shocking. Thank you. Now, what does it look like? Now we know what it sounds like. What does it look like? Next slide, please. No, next. I'll just page down to the next slide. You have to hop across those things. One more. Keep going. There we go. So what we've done here is we've created a visualization of that data. Remember the colors? The collision is green, the derailment is yellow, blue, the level crossing is orange, the fire is yellow, and the circle is a piece of criminal activity. And we cheated a bit. We would flash when an operating occurrence happens, but wherever a criminal event happens, we sustain it for the year. So the bubble might grow in one place as it keeps happening during the year. The size of the bubble is the number of occurrences, criminal occurrences. So what you see on the left is the Sishen Saldanha line. First block is the first 6 years, it's already done. And the second block is the last 6 years. See how quick it goes. Not much happening crime-wise. Now let's play the Gauteng one. That's the Cape Corridor, Gauteng to Postmasburg. They're running 6 years apart from each other. Okay, you can start them. The 1, 2 on the right, with the bottom one as well. What you'll see on the right on the table, that black line is the operational mistakes. The red line is the crime. What do we see in the Sishen Saldanha line? We started off with almost no crime. The crime line was below the operations line on a cumulative basis for the year. But look right at the bottom. Last few years, crime has caught up even on the Sishen Saldanha line with the number of occurrences. And look what happens on the right, the Cape Core. You'll see very little for the first 3 years, which you can see running now, 2010, 11, 12. The crime was less than the occurrences. But look at the bottom where it sits. What we've done here is, you can see there's a little timer running. If I can point to the timer. There's a little timer running, which is every date where it happened. So, and they all run at the same speed. So the speed at which these things run give you a good indication of those frequencies. Now, the next slide I want to use for Q&A because it's the GO line and the NATCOR, and it runs for 5 minutes. And I don't want you to watch it for 5 minutes. So while it runs, we can chat. But it's impactful to understand that the Sishen Saldanha line came up in 10, 20 seconds for 12 years. The Gauteng corridor came in to Cape Town in 80 seconds, whereas the coal line is 6 minutes 40, I think. And the NATCOR is something like 5 minutes 40 at the same rate of display to display the same data. Now, again, we are blessed with the iron ore line. But if you look where things red happen, you'll see it now. It happens where there are conurbations of people. No people, no crime. Sounds like a movie. No people, no crime. So we need to figure out why people, where they live, will strip the railway. It's not complicated. Just figure it out and then do something useful about it, except arrest them. Because I know the child is small, there's no food on the table. Daddy, I'm hungry. I've got no job, my child. We don't know what to do. You say that for 2-3 days, and you will cut a piece of copper. Every one of you will do that and go and sell it for scrap. Rather that than kill and do drugs. We will do it when we are desperate. And it's the wrong people to catch. Those are just desperate people doing desperate things. There's some kingpin, and they are institutionalized, and they are syndicated at the mega level, and we are blind to it by choice. Only now, through this process of Ngwaku, have we now managed, within a month of the policy being publicly promulgated, to get somebody from the railway industry onto the Critical Infrastructure Council. It wasn't in the law. So the railways were completely disconnected from the machinery of power. Now it's there, and immediately you could see it start working. So it's a good thing. The policy is working. So please run the next one, but I want us to watch it because I want you to see what happens on the so just run through it, which is this now, Ermelo Richards Bay. So on the left is Ermelo Richards Bay. And what's interesting is those little diagrams on the right, where normally in Saldanha it's like 75 events a year. Here it's 300, 400, 500. The scale is much more dense. But look at the red. Those red circles are crime reported events occurring and growing and growing and growing. And on the right, let's run the Natal corridor as well, please. This is our blood love lifeline. 2 million people depend on the coal line to work. We are at 53 million tons. If we're lucky, we'll hit 58 million tons. It's steady state in the top half. Top half of that graph, the steady state was 72 million tons per annum. Bottom half, we're now at 58, we're going for 53. We've destroyed our capability because of those red circles. If you look year in and year out, the number of occurrences popping up is more or less the same. Stuff happens when you run trains. Those colored things pop up, just look at them, they pop up more or less the same. Look what happens to the crime. Look at the NatCor there on the right. Every year after the end of the year, we reset the circles, otherwise it will just be too many. But look at the bottom half, the last 6 years on the Natal corridor. So what do we know? We now know what it looks like, what it sounds like, what it is, where it is, not who's done it. So we know at the station, date and time, what happened. We even know who reported it. So this is TFR only. There's a similar picture like that, which I will spare us, PRASA colleagues, because the point is made. And their network is more dense because it's more urbanized, but they'll have the same, we do the same for them. And throwing more security at it will treat acute symptoms. This is ICU stuff with adrenaline straight into the heart just to get the guy going again. But you can't keep treating people like that. We need ARVs now. So Minister, you're unfortunately on the spot here. But you have to take this message somehow back, that we are dealing with a pestle problem, not a railway problem. This is the message. And we must switch on our capability in a way that we can draw on economic developments. There's almost a cluster required at the pestle thinking level that will get these corridors going again. I was waiting for the Uber this morning just down the road. 2 guys came past. They said, "Why are you standing here?" And I'm waiting for the Uber. "Why? I'm coming to the conference." "Why are you at the conference?" "I'm talking about railways." Do we still have railways? So people have given up, Joe Public. That doesn't give us, we have no obligation but to make this work. Everybody else can give up, but this room can't give up. And we have the data now. We have 12 years of data. It's a rich database. I'm now trying to figure out if they are using data science, these sort of techniques, really deeply down. Are there any links? As Freddie said, we can't see the links. The occurrences stay the same where the crime goes wherever. So we know systemically we've engineered our railway to a certain level of unsafety. That's why we get every year more or less the same, whatever. We also know that the red circles are causing for us to start doing manual authorizations. We're introducing unsafe operations. We're starting, I remember this a long time ago in Durban. When was that conference in Durban? 2016, 17. You had one of your guys stand up, or it was at the SARA conference, one of the railway guys, RSR guys standing up saying, abnormal operations have become the new normal. That was what, 2017, I think. 2017. Just observations that we were running more abnormal train authorizations than normal train authorizations. It's not a new thing. We've now boiled the frog slowly, you know, and we're going to live with the consequences. So yes, we have to recover the infrastructure, but the moment we put it back, in my view, if we don't solve that bottom left horrible circle of crime, we'll put it back in, it'll be stolen tomorrow. And we can police it for just so long, then our system must be more sustainable. Also, I think it's the opportunity now to engineer differently. I'm an engineer, and we are historically completely obsessed with wires. There's no need to have wires. Anybody here still with a fixed line phone at his house? Anybody recently moved, applied for a Telkom fixed line? Why do we do that with trains? Why do we do that? We still use 1950s and 1940s technology. We have not taken the leap of faith to go for moving block, wireless communication, automatic train protection, even the train process, even the PRASA process, they're still hawking back to the lowest common denominator for wiring. I'm heavily involved on the development of the Nacala corridor, and they're running PTC there. There's only interlocking stations, the rest is all wireless, satellite communications. 18 million tons a year on a line that was not designed for it. And Indians are doing it. But we can't run 50 million tons on a double line with all the bells and whistles. So thank you very much. I'm sorry the message is negative, but I thought we can now see what all this effort looks like and hear what it looks like. So we've got 2 more senses and we've read it now. Hopefully we don't have to feel it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jaap. If there's one thing that I know for sure about Jaap's presentation is that there is optimism going forward, and also that my ears are definitely working today. I didn't know before, but I definitely know now. One of the things that I'd like to do before we break and go off to the exhibition space is to just give a small token of appreciation and thanks to our speakers. So Jaap, don't sit too comfortably. You'll be up second. Please could I have Freddie come up to the stage first to receive a token of appreciation for his presentation. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Freddie Khumalo. And I believe we cannot do this without Madeleine, who will be here to hand over the gift to him. So please, center stage, we need to see you. And here is your gift. Thank you so much, Freddie. The paparazzi needs to take the pictures. And every camera person hates to be called the paparazzi. My apologies. He's happy he's inspected, he's happy there. Yep, it is your turn. Thank you so much, Freddie. Here we go, and yep, this is yours. Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation. Definitely wanted food for thought, as they say. So this is not just a gift for food for thought, but something in hand. Round of applause, please. Thank you. Okay, I believe we've got the picture that we need. Thank you so much. Yeah, proof of attendance. It would be remiss of us to ask our esteemed guest to come up on stage. So we will be handing over our gift to the Deputy Minister, to her in her seat. Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause. And as always, the rose must have a flower, and we've given the flower the gift. And now for the thorn, the chairperson will also be receiving his gift. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so we're at the point in the program where we will be going through to the exhibition space, and then from there, once we've opened the exhibition, we'll have a little bit of tea. And I say a little bit because I'm going to be corralling you all back into this room. So if you will indulge me, please, I'd like to ask us all to allow the Deputy Minister to lead the way through to the exhibition space first, and we shall follow afterwards. So please, the rest of us stay in your seats while the Deputy Minister makes her way through, and then I will then indicate for all of you to be able to follow through. It is outside the doors to the left. You'll go down the corridor. If you've gone outside, you've gone too far. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you may rise. And then we'll go through the exhibition space to see that opening. Thank you very much. I'll make an announcement as to bring you back in here once we're done there. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, could you please take your seats? We're about to begin. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. We are about to begin. Hello, everybody. Thank you for coming back into the room so timelessly. We gave you some extra time to have your tea. I hope that you enjoyed that. We are ready to get into the meat and potatoes of the actual presentations themselves. So if you don't mind, I'll ask you again, because obviously we had a break, which means we put our phones back onto normal mode, but if you could please put your phones onto silent. We will be going into a session where we'll have Q&A afterwards. And for that, we'll go back into what I was talking to you about in terms of scanning this, using the QR code here to scan in order to get onto the system, register on the system, and make sure that you can actually put your name and then your questions when there are questions for the people. What we need you to do when you're putting a question on this platform is to also mark who you are addressing the question to. So for instance, if you have a question for Cyrus, being myself, please put your name, question for Cyrus, and what the question will be. And then we'll be able to get those questions answered in that session. Are we all on the same page? That sounded as if like a murmur of yes, okay. So I'm assuming most of you got it and others will just copy the homework of the others who didn't get it. All right, perfect. I'd like to at this point also acknowledge our sponsors today. We have our silver sponsor in the Gautrain Management Agency, as well as our bronze sponsor, Saflog. Please a round of applause for them. Thank you very much. And then I'd also like to have some acknowledgements in here as well. We have some very important dignitaries here from the Department of Transport, the Acting Director General, and please make sure that we acknowledge Nwako Makaipea. And a round of applause, please. We have already acknowledged the chairperson of the RSR, Mr. B.J. Nabunga, the deputy chairperson of the RSR board, Yongama Pamla, is also to be acknowledged as well. And I'm going to get all of the applause from here, please. I'm trying to rush to get through for time. Please, the acting group CEO of PRASA is Hisham Emran, as well as the CEO of the RSR, Tsepo Khare. And we also have Tsepo Khobe, who is the COO, Gautrain Management Agency. A round of applause, please, for all of our dignitaries with us. Now, our first presenter is from Saflog. Making her way through the crowd itself will be Keletso Petlo. She is the Senior Manager Operations at Saflog. Please welcome her to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Deputy Minister, distinguished guests in attendance, colleagues and fellow railroaders. My name, as already mentioned, is Keletso Petlo, and I'm a Senior Operations Manager in Saflog, South African Freight Logistics, abbreviated as Saflog. It is such an honor to be standing in front of you today and telling you about this great organization that I love. Before I go through my presentation, I would just like to quickly explain why we are having a difference in logos. If you look behind me, I have a Saflog that is different than the one that I depict in my presentation. And the reason for that is with every beautiful journey, one reaches a growth phase. And with the growth that we have, we saw a need to rebrand, reimagine, and reinvent ourselves. And in doing so, we are moving from the old South African freight logistics to the certainty delivered South African logistics. Saflog is 25 years old this year, and hence our need for reimagination, rebranding with the same operational excellence, of course. Thank you so much for indulging me in that one. I think I forgot my slides. Yes. So next, I will take you through the journey of introduction to Saflog. Yes, Saflog was founded 21 years ago. It was out of Transnet with the need to create Black companies to drive transformation and improve rail efficiency in short hauling. We are 100 Black-owned company with 40% Black women ownership and 60% youth ownership. We have a staff complement of about 550 people distributed amongst different provinces in South Africa. We have a fleet of more than 30 locomotives with mixture of both shunting and mainline locomotives. We have a procurement spend of 60 million rand, which is 40% of total spend on SME. Our operations in terms of what we do shunting, we do rail freight and logistics, we do rail construction and maintenance, material handling and terminal management, and we have local hire and rolling stock repairs and maintenance. The industries that we currently serve in are not limited to the ones that are mentioned in the presentation. We are into mining, we are into energy, constructions, automotive, and manufacturing. South African geographic footprint, as I mentioned, we exist in most of South African provinces. I think with the exception of Limpopo, we haven't found a footprint in Limpopo, but we operate in different sites around South Africa. In Gauteng, we are in Roodepoort, Brakpan, Modderfontein, Danata, Sasolburg, Acton, and NRE. And then Northern Cape, we are in Postmansberg, Kathu, and Kimberley. Northwest, we are in Lichtenburg, and we omitted to put Brits in there. We also have an operation in Brits. In the Eastern Cape, we are in Port Elizabeth and East London. Mpumalanga, we are in Middelburg and Secunda. And Western Cape, we are in Cape Town. And KZN, we operate at the Durban Harbour. And that is me in short and sweet. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. When you said short and sweet, I thought that you were referring to me. Then I remembered I am neither short nor sweet. Now, our first panel as such and session is actually going to be chaired by somebody who has given me a very, very long introduction. So I had to have a sip of water, but I think I'm ready now. The introduction is going to be quite an interesting and yeah, it's going to be a tough one. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Andre Harrison has been around the block a couple of times. At his age, he doesn't buy green bananas. That's it. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Mr. Andre Harrison.
Hold on. Good morning, still is it? You know, it's so good to see so many familiar faces. And Chris, some old ones as well. Oh, okay. Oh, Chris couldn't hear me. You can see he's aging quickly. You know, the profile photo of myself in that little booklet that you've got, I think the RSR dragged it up out of the archives some time ago. And, you know, I've changed since then. So what I thought I'd do, I'd wear the same tie today that I wore in that archive photo. I am confident you'll recognize the tie if you don't recognize me. You know, railway safety management would be easy if it wasn't for the people. People are our biggest asset. They are creative, innovative, they bring energy to railway safety, but also they pose a risk. So while they're creative, while they bring so much to the table, they also pose a risk. Now, what I'm saying is contrary to what our first presenter is going to say. So I'm hoping she's going to produce a rebuttal in her discussion today, in her presentation. Because, you know, the purpose we're meeting here is not to regurgitate old stuff, previous stuff. We're here to explore new things. And we can only do that if we're challenging ideas, if we're debating ideas. If we're all nodding our heads to ideas, we failed. We need to challenge. We need to innovate. And so behavior, human behavior, is important. And systems constrain behavior. They help us deal with behavior, just like roads, fences, and laws on a daily basis constrain our behavior. They are part of the systems that we live by. But we need to use systems to change our safety behavior. But the problem with systems and the problem with behavior is that you've got to police it all the time. Because behaviors have got to be watched. You've got to audit systems. You've got to police behavior. So really our ultimate aim must not be behavior, safe behavior. It must be a safe culture in which we automatically as human beings do what is right for safety purposes. And so without any further input from my side, since I am not the speaker, the presenter, let me introduce Sma Nkamu Tukulula, who's going to rebut some of what I've just said. She's going to be bringing to the party a paper on bridging the railway safety management systems gap from theory to practice. And that's really what we need. Theory is great. Practice is in. Practice is perfect. And so she's going to start with the SMS system, and then she's going to discuss some of the issues and barriers that we face. Now, she's a certified ergonomics human factors specialist, and she works for a range of industries. She's not just in rail. So she has a broad base of experience to bring to this presentation. She has a Master's of Science degree in ergonomics human factors from Rhodes University with many years consulting. But she's also the Vice President of the Ergonomics Society of South Africa and an associate member of the Chartered Institute for Ergonomics and Human Factors in the UK. So please put your hands together and welcome Sma to the podium.
All right, Sanbonani, Molweni, Goeiemorgen, was it middag? Yeah, and all the other official languages. Thank you so much for the introduction, Mr. Harrison. It is indeed an honor to be part of this really, really important event. And before I get started, just to indicate that I think it's such a good initiative that the RSR is continuing with, because I think normally when we engage as an industry, it's usually either under really pressurized conditions. And so conferences offer an opportunity for us to start having some of the discussions I think that we need to be having to move our industry forward. All right, so today I will be presenting on bridging railway safety management systems gaps from theory to practice. And the reason why I think this topic came about is because as we're looking forward to 2030 and beyond, in fact, we need to consider what actually needs to be done to move our industry forward in terms of safety. I don't think we are where we need to be, and I think most of you will agree, we are not where we need to be when it comes to safety within our industry. We have been doing things more or less the same way for decades. We need to change. But yes, that's the spirit. But in changing, we need to first figure out what is working, what is not working, and figure out for our context what needs to change and how do we move that forward. And so my presentation, as I said, is going to be about saying, well, are there gaps? And if there are gaps or deficiencies, what are they? And how do we basically move forward from a safety management system perspective? So my presentation essentially is going to, firstly, just so we're all on the same page, very briefly, because I know I'm very short of time, going to start by talking about, what are safety management systems? And then we're going to talk very briefly about the evolution of the SMS, because I think it's important to understand where this thing is coming from, where are we at, and where is it going? Where's best practice going? We're then going to talk about some of the gaps that we've identified, and then move on to the possible solutions around these issues. So what we know is that safety management systems, it's not something new. It's been around for decades, especially in other parts of the world, in other industries. And essentially, safety management systems are a systematic approach to managing safety on a day-to-day basis. It's about having a structured framework within which you say, these are operations and this is how we manage them in a safe manner. And so how it deviates from the traditional approach of managing safety is that it says previously, we were saying the management of safety is very much piecemeal kind of fashion. But safety management systems are saying, no, 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 everything is interconnected. And because it's interconnected, safety needs to be managed across the entire system, across the entire life cycle. And in recognizing the interconnectedness of all the elements within your system, you then are able to basically get to a point where you can say, if this change or this risk manifests in this way, that is the impact on that. And so you don't only manage risks in a piecemeal fashion, but you look at it in a holistic manner. And so if we very briefly look at, in the context of our South African rail industry, where do SMSs come in? And most of you here are operators, you know that for you to get a permit, as Mr. Khomari said, the important piece of paper, for you to get your permit, you need to have demonstrated to the regulator that you have a safety management system in place, that it's implemented, that is it's effective. So this requirement has been stipulated from way back in 2002 in the National Safety Regulator Act and all the other regulations and standards that came thereafter. So it is absolutely critical. This is where it all starts. And if you look at the SMS, it's not just in terms of the operator, because the operators are the one who have to develop, implement, maintain the SMS, but the regulator also uses the SMS to try and oversee the safety of the organization. So the SMS is really, really critical for our industry. All right. So ultimately, what we need to understand is that SMSs are a critical part of our industry. They are a legal requirement, but ultimately they're also there to assist organizations to achieve their business objectives, as well as essentially, manage safety in a systematic manner. But if we look at where SMSs are coming from, we know that traditionally where it started is that it was very compliance driven. Organizations, industries across the world. What was the whole point is to say, there are risks, we need to manage the risks. And those were mainly compliance driven, where a regulator or an authority will set the standards and then the organizations have to comply to those. And so over time, and you'll see in the graph on your right, is that over time, they realize that this is actually not an effective way of managing safety. You will find that an organization will be compliant to all the requirements, but accidents will still happen, incidents will still happen. Safety is not necessarily guaranteed by having compliance and by ticking all the boxes from a compliance perspective. And so as major accidents and incidents happened, as they investigated those, they realized that this approach is actually not effective. Safety is not just about, complying to the requirements or the minimum requirements. And so over time, we've seen a regulatory shift or reform where regulators and authorities are realizing that compliance is the bare minimum. It doesn't guarantee safety. And so the extent to which this shift is possible, has been made, is obviously going to vary from organization to organization, but ultimately across a whole lot of high reliability, high safety, critical environments, this is something that has been happening. And you'll see on the graph is that at the very bottom of the graph, you'll see they're talking about the modern approach. If you look at our SMS, it espouses that modern approach, but in practice, we are not actually there for the most part in our industry. We've got varying maturity levels within our industry. You'll find that in a lot of cases, and even, I'm sorry to say, even from the regulator perspective, we're still looking at the traditional approach, which is very much compliance driven. And I think from the compliance, from the regulator perspective, that's a necessity to some extent, but we need to definitely be moving a little bit more forward in terms of that. And so what we've seen is that with the evolution of the SMS, we've moved from trying to comply to now saying, how do we shift the responsibility back to the people that own the safety management systems? Get them to tell you, this is what I am doing to make my operations safe on a day-to-day basis. And so what we've seen is that this SMSs have become almost like a collection of best practice that organizations are then implementing to try and demonstrate that they are managing their operations in a safe way. And so if we look at the objectives of an SMS, we know that, and this is through evidence that has been found, that well-implemented SMSs will enable organizations to achieve their business objectives. So not just safety, but in fact, productivity, quality, and all of that. So it's not just about the safety aspects. So then if that's the case, why do we still have issues in our industry? If every single operator has an SMS, which demonstrates that they have systems in place to manage their risks, why are we still having accidents? And I think what we need to be asking the question of is our current prescribed SMS effective? Are there deficiencies? Or are there barriers in implementation? And I think that's where the problem mainly is. And if there are indeed any barriers, how do we bridge those gaps? Okay, so excuse me, the first question is are there any deficiencies in the prescribed SMS? And without getting into the details, you'll just have to take my word for this. We did all sorts of international benchmarking studies, and we found that by and large, the requirements that are contained in our safety management system requirements, which is currently espoused in our SMS determination, are really, when you benchmark against the international industry, they're actually on par. So yes, we might structure it differently, but on the whole, we're asking for the same kind of requirements. So I don't think that the issue is there in terms of best practice. We are on paper aligned when it comes to that. I think where the issue comes in is in the implementation. And I think the biggest gap or the biggest deficiency is that there's a misalignment between what is prescribed, so for example, in your SMS determination, versus what is implemented in actual operations, versus what the operators tell the regulator is actually happening in reality. And so what you'll see at the top right there, as part of this project that's ongoing, and unfortunately I can't present all the results because the reports haven't been published yet, but just this is one of the extracts from there, from the international benchmarking study with the review of the SMS determination. When operators were asked whether or not they thought that what they documented in their SMS is a true reflection of what's happening in reality, most of them said, 51% said yes, it's a true reflection, but the rest are saying not necessarily. And so this then gives credence to this deficiency where we're saying there's a disjuncture between what is happening in reality versus what should be happening versus what is actually disclosed. And so this then basically triggered one of these frameworks that we use within the field of human factors and ergonomics and safety management systems, which is trying to help us understand the world of work and safety management systems. And this basically is one of the frameworks that was proposed by Stephen Sharrock. And what he says is that what we see in reality as, within the working environment is that there's different varieties of work. Depending on who you are, where you're at, what your intentions are, you're going to have slightly different perspectives of what is happening within the safety management systems compared to someone else who might have a different vantage point. And so we're just going to talk about this very briefly because I think this gives us a very good way of understanding and contextualizing where some of these deficiencies in the safety management system issues are coming from. So and I've called this, tried to modify it a little bit. There's the first one, which is called work as imagined. And I think this is what we will refer to as the SMS as imagined. So this is what people who are designing these systems are saying, we think this is how these things really work in reality. And normally this will be informed by people who have worked in the systems before, people who have studied these issues. They imagine this is how the SMS should look like. And then based on that, there are prescribed requirements that are put in place. So your SMS determination is basically a formalization of what this imagined SMS should look like. And so you get things like your standards, you get things like your SMS determination coming through from that. But what you also have is your SMS as disclosed, your work is disclosed. And now this is when your operators are telling the regulator, for example, or internally, describing this is what we believe is happening. But of course, depending on what the repercussions could be, depending on what the consequences could be, what they disclose is not necessarily what is happening in reality. And then we've also got what we call work as done, or the SMS is done, excuse me, or is implemented. And this is the actual stuff. This is what is really happening in reality. All right. And so, yes, the work is done will be informed by the work as prescribed, as imagined, as disclosed. But what we should really be getting at is trying to understand the SMS as actually implemented, because that is how we will understand as the operator and even as the regulator what is actually happening in the management of these risks in practice. So when we say, is there a deficiency in the prescribed SMS? No, there isn't really a deficiency in terms of the contents. Yes, we can talk about process and finding ways to streamline it and all of that, but the content in terms of what should go into the SMS, there aren't really any deficiencies there. We can arrange them better, but there aren't any deficiencies at that level. What we really need is to create this better alignment so that we move closer to understanding work is done both from the regulator as well as the operator perspective. And so if we look at some of these, given these issues that we have identified, there's also selected barriers that I think are getting in the way of operators implementing their SMSs effectively. And so we could spend the whole day talking about the barriers. I've only selected 3 for the purposes of this presentation. The first one is that I think there's a disproportionate focus on accidents and incidents within our industry, both from the regulator side. And I think because the regulator sets the scene, even the operators then will have a disproportionate focus, because whatever the regulator wants, the operators will give, because if they don't give it, they don't get the piece of paper that they need for their permit. And so what we understand is that safety management systems are saying, let's understand work as done on a daily basis as you're managing your risks. So that's the piece on the graph that is in the middle. That's your day-to-day activities. That is where safety resides. The other side, which is focusing on the accidents and incidents, those are not happening as often as we highlight them to actually be the case. And so the fact that we are focusing so much on accidents and incidents without also highlighting what's happening on a normal day-to-day basis means that this disproportionate focus then focuses only on a very small portion of the SMS. Yes, we're not saying that accidents and incidents are not important. They are. We need to make sure that they are prevented. But you can't prevent those accidents and incidents without dealing with the day-to-day stuff. And so the SMS advocates for the day-to-day stuff, the green stuff, but then we have such a huge focus on the accidents and incidents at the expense of what should be the main focus of this whole thing. So I think that becomes a barrier that then reinforces some of the negative perceptions about what should be done in managing safety on a day-to-day basis. I think also the other issue is that operators perceive their, and I know you won't agree with me here, operators will perceive their systems to be perfect. Your systems are far from perfect. I'll tell you that now. And I say this confidently, having worked from the regulator perspective and having worked with operators. I've seen both sides. Your systems are not perfect, but you treat them as if they are. And because you think your systems are perfect, they're not perfect. Because you treat them as if they're perfect, you then assume that the people are the ones who are the problem. The people are the ones who are creating that adaptability and that resilience within your systems. But you then come with the shambok when they make mistakes and you say they are the ones who are the risk. They are the ones who bring the risks into the organization. And we had a discussion earlier with Mr. Harrison. I'm not saying people should not be accountable for their actions, but usually people are responding to poorly designed systems, poorly designed working conditions. People don't go out to go and make mistakes and have accidents. And so those people who are at the center of your system, you need to look after them. You need to understand what are the parameters of their safe behavior. And this is where human factors really becomes a critical tool in helping organizations with that. And so I think as we are developing and implementing these SMSs, we need to get to a point where we're designing them with the users in mind. And who are the users? Who are the implementers? It's the people. But if you don't understand what the capabilities and limitations of those people are, you're not going to design for them properly. And instead, you're going to just come with the shambok when they're not able in that one instance to, cope with the poor system design. And so I think we need to move away from this perception that our systems are perfect. They're not perfect. They never will be. We try to make them as perfect as they can be, but they never will be. The people are the ones that are helping you to create this resilience that you need to manage safety on a day-to-day basis. And then the other, and I know I've got just about 4 minutes left, but we're getting to the end. Another issue that I think we need to look at is the regulation strategy. And I say this from the most humble vantage point, but I think we all realize that that piece of paper that the regulator gives you and all the activities that they carry out linked to that piece of paper will have a very big impact on how organizations manage their safety management systems. So whatever the regulator says is important, the operators will want to show and demonstrate. So if the regulator says, I want green beans, best believe that operators will give you green beans. They'll polish them up for you and give you those green beans, even if they know for a fact that they have carrots, they have potatoes, they have all of these things. So what we're trying to get to here is that the regulation strategy has such a critical impact on how safety is managed within our industry. And as much as, and I think credit to the regulator, they're a very transformative organization, but I think there's still a lot of compliance driven by design. Regulators are compliance driven, but I think we need to, and I think they are already trying to move away from just being compliance driven to trying to look for other ways that organizations can be a little bit more self-regulating, but also a little bit more taking more responsibility for the management of their own safety. So I think we need to ask the question, yes, the regulator has the sticks and the powers and whatnot, but how are they using them to direct the industry towards actually implementing their SMSs effectively? And I think that's the question that we need to ask. So as we conclude, we understand that the SMS is important. We understand that it's aligned to best practice. And yes, there are a lot of things that we can fix in terms of making it a better, more user-friendly kind of process. But ultimately, the issue is with the implementation. So if we are asking the question, how do we get to 2030? The issue is not creating a whole new safety management system, but to streamline it, to find ways of assisting operators to actually implement these SMS requirements in a more streamlined manner. But also, and I think it's going to walk up to me just now, I think what is important also is that we need to realize that the SMS currently, as is implemented in practice, is not actually aligning the actual SMS, because what is disclosed, for example, in your SMS report is not really usually a representation of what's happening in reality. And I think we need to do a little bit more work in making sure that whatever is prescribed is a little bit more aligned to what's happening in reality. And so ultimately, we need to be very careful of factors, for example, that will distort the things that operators are basically, Mr. Harrison, the things that operators are disclosing, because we know, for example, if there's a stick that's going to come with disclosing certain things, operators are not going to tell you that. So yes, less punitive kind of compliance requirements probably are required from that perspective. But I think as a last parting shot, I think what is important is ultimately that we need to have a better way of getting the regulator and the operators to sing from the same hymn book. And right now, we say we are, but in reality, we are really not. So please, as we move forward and charter the way towards 2030, can we please just find a way of finding each other and implementing the requirements in a little bit more consistent manner. And this is where the work is done comes in a little bit better. Thank you so much for your attention. Oh, okay, thank you.
You know, I warned both speakers that at 20 minutes I'll stand up and they've got a minute left. She did brilliantly. You know, I've been around, as I said, I don't even buy green bananas anymore, I'm so old. I've been around a lot, but this is one of the most passionate, insightful, concise presentation that I've seen for ages. So please, let's give her a hand. You know, we're beginning to see where systems and people begin to come together now. They're not either or, and she did a good rebuttal. She did. But I think what we have to look at are both sides. We can focus on perfecting the system, but we've got to look at the behavior and the culture of the people within the system, because those two have got to match if we're going to be successful. So, well done. Thank you. Now, you know, we often introduce our speakers with CVs, but speakers are people. They have private lives. And one of the speakers has kayaked in the ocean. The other speaker used to be a seamstress. Now, at the end of this Q&A, I want you to guess which of the two speakers was which of those two descriptions, okay? All right. So Now it's my pleasure to introduce Keba Tuele. Oh, I've been practicing that forever. Keba, even with all your coaching, I slipped up there. Now, Keba is from the Railway Safety Regulator. She's going to be presenting on minding the gaps of the operator's safety management systems by effectively utilizing the risk management maturity model, RM3. Now, Keba is in the permit assessment department, an important role to play, but she's also got a passion for investigation, research, etc. And she also went to Rhodes University, where she also got a master's in science degree in ergonomics. She is not a local from Cape Town. She's actually born and raised in Soweto. She has a love for research, finding things out. And last year, in fact, she presented a paper online, I believe, I wasn't part of it, on eating habits and health of safety critical employees. Now, every aspect of the person is important, but this time she's moved a bit away from the personal issues, and she's going to focus on the gaps identified within the operator's business with a tool that assists with scoring an operator's maturity level. So it's both the system and the person that's so important. So let's put our hands together and welcome Keba to the stage.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much, Session Chair, for the warm welcome. As mentioned, my name is Gibabe Zutlaile, and I'm a permit assessment within the Permit Assessment Department. Honorable Deputy Minister, it's a pleasure. DG, to our Chairperson, CEO, and all our delegates, it's an honor and a pleasure to be standing before you to present on this paper with the hope that my presentation will just add a little bit to the discussion that we may have and foresee a safe rail in the year 2030. So I'll be presenting on the following topic: minding the gaps in railway operator safety management systems by effectively utilizing the risk management maturity model, also known as the RM3. The content that I'll be going through will just be highlighting some of the introductions, the literature review, what is the RM3, the benefits of the RM3 as a tool, the objectives, as well as the piloting that took place by our inspectorate within the regulatory, within the RSR, as well as the data analysis of the results that came from it, the discussion, the limitations, recommendations, and some of the conclusions. This year is an important year for operators to introspectively look at where they are as a business, where they'd want to go, and to foresee a safe rail in 2013 by making certain commitments in achieving those. Some operators have begun to move in that trajectory, while others were completely devastated because of the COVID-19 pandemic, and in others are moving slowly towards a fully functional system. We know that the year 2030 is a much anticipated year, as the United Nations have announced already their United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, 17 of them. These include no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, energy, decent work and economic growth, the industry, innovation and infrastructure, reduced inequalities, sustainable cities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace, justice, strong institution and partnerships. Therefore, as a regulator, or rail industry rather, we cannot be far removed from the goals that are set above from the United Nations. Let's take, for example, Goal 8, decent work and economic growth. This goal is rather important because the point of the goal is driven on the progress of creating jobs, the creation of jobs, improving of living standards, as well as in accordance to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Let's also consider Goal 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. This goal is also important because it focuses on resilient infrastructure, making sure that there's a promotion of inclusiveness, and to foster a sustainable industrialization and innovation. What does this mean? It means that we know that if our rail infrastructure is set correctly with, and it is optimized in terms of infrastructure innovation, the operators will face less chances with occurrences, with minimal delays, save time, and also their profitability will be maintained, which directly supports the economic development of our country. So what is the RM3? The RM3 was a tool that was developed by the ORR and the HSL, which is a tool that is freely utilized within the industry. The stakeholders came together, where the relevant stakeholders in the rail industry to develop this tool in the United Kingdom. So the tool was developed with the idea and the objectives of mind of assessing the organization's ability to successfully manage their health and safety risks, as well as to identify specific areas of improvement, and as a result to provide the end user with a benchmark for year-to-year comparison. The RM3 is designed with 26 criteria to measure the quality of implementation of governing and regulatory tools. The RM3 can also be seen as a tool that evaluates the progress of the operator's maturity level on a 5-point scale, namely ad hoc, managed, standardized, predictable, and the excellent level. So it is an evidence-based approach, which then means it is analyzed, and once the evidence has been analyzed, a score is given to the operators determining their maturity level. So this is just a basic figure of the scale that is taken from the risk management maturity document. The descriptors show us this. When an operator or an organization is at an ad hoc level, this basically implies that the operator's processes are chaotic, they are unplanned, the environment is unstable. When an operator or an organization is at a managed level, this is characterized with the effect that there can be consistent results. However, the operator's results are not always guaranteed. However, those processes that do exist can assist the organization in moving forward. With a standardized level, this implies that standards are set, they are defined, they're documented. However, these standards can also be improved over time. With a predictable level, this tells us that the organization itself can measure its maturity level, can measure its outputs, and they will not endure significant losses. Should they want to drive a particular project from start to finish, they will be able to do so. An excellent level, this basically refers that the organization is well established, and so innovation and technology would allow the processes to be continually managed. So what are the benefits of effectively utilizing the RM3? My previous colleague mentioned how we should be moving from just a basic compliance level. And this is what we hopes to do, that operators should be moving beyond compliance. It is therefore hypothesized that should the RM3 be assessed on certain operators or an organization, it will provide with insights on specific areas of improvement. So if those areas are improved, it minimizes the risks and chances of rail occurrences, which protects and creates value within an organization. The operator will then be able to compare themselves on a year-to-year basis in terms of their maturity level and give a clear and honest view about where they are as a business. We would also be able to provide a collective analysis of where the rail industry is as a country. So the objectives today is to provide insights on what has been analyzed in terms of the maturity levels of the 10 Class A operators that were assessed on the RM3, to evaluate and discuss the analyzed data and the results, to discuss the limitations throughout, as well as to provide some of the future solutions with the effective use of the RM3. So as mentioned, the RM3 was introduced in South African rail in 2018, and it was piloted from the year 2019 to date. The examination that took place here was of 10 Class A operators. So of the sample, N equals 3, that means 3 of the sample was of small operators and 7 of them were of the 10 big operators. I will not go into detail in terms of what a class A, I believe you all know and are aware of that. And also the RM3 looked at analyzing the general issues that were picked up, documented in the report. I will not necessarily go through this detail. However, what is important to note is that all the RM3 assessments were of a pilot phase. So the regulator has just started with conducting risk management maturity levels on the operators. And class B and C operators have not yet been conducted. Okay, from the assessments and analysis of the review of the RM3, this was just the general criteria that were used throughout the operators. We'll discuss some of the limitations at a later stage, so there's no need for me to go into too much details. However, just to show you that the RM3 has certain categories and criteria. So SP1, for example, will look at leadership, SP2 will look at health and safety policies, and so on and so forth. So this is the important part that we've seen from the analysis. What we found here is that 10 of the operators, 4 out of the 10 operators received a level managed, which is a score 2. 4 out of the other 10 operators received a level standardized, which is a level 3, and 2 of the 10 operators received a predictable, which is 20%. So if we look at this picture, this is what it's telling us in terms of our industry's maturity level at the moment. We have rail industry operators who are at 40% managed level and the other 40% at standardized level and the remaining 20% at a predictable level. Let's just consider for a second. If our operators are at a managed level, it then means, as an example, when COVID-19 happened, it completely devastated the processes of the operators, which means they were not able to upkeep with the economic growth or create business as they needed and should. And this was as a big result of theft and vandalism, which completely destabilized the processes of some of the operators. Let's take, for example, those who are on the standardized process or standardized level. This then implies that the operators at some stage can increase or improve rather their processes. However, they need to pay much more attention to detail with regards to implementation of their SMSs. And then 20%, basically, this is an example where the operators would not incur any significant losses, and the operator would face minimal loss because all the possible environmental, health, economic, political, and operational risks have been taken into account, and the adequate resources have been put in place adequately and accordingly. So this is the general issues that came up. In terms of the highest gaps that were found across all operators, it shows that 8 operators had a similar issue, which refers to column 5 and 6. Employees and worker representatives are not included in the formation of their safety targets, and the risk assessments and risk registers are not dated, signed, and the corrective action plans were not put into place by the responsible persons. The second gap that was found across all operators is with reference to column 12, which basically indicates that the findings that have been issued by the regulator to the operators have been seen not to be loaded onto the operator system. So this might be an incongruency with how the findings are not necessarily being tracked by the operators and therefore not adequately implemented should corrective action plans need to be taken place. The third of these gaps across all was column 1, 7, and 10, which indicates that operators failed to provide the evidence during audits, the lack in the review of the procedures, and lastly, that the policies and processes do not comply with the operators' document management controls that they have put in place themselves. The fifth of the gaps is the operator, which relates to column 4 and 16, which shows that there's a lack of communication in terms of the SMS, as well as to applicable levels of the operator structure, as well as the operators are failing to sign and approve their organizational structures. And the lowest of these gaps was column 2, 9, and 15, which refers to the engagement of the labor unions, utilizing benchmarking tools that the operators can use, and lastly, operators submitting documents that are not rail related. So These are the general issues or gaps or immature processes within the operator's systems, particularly column 5 and 6, as we've discussed, which was the highest. And so this is where implementation needs to be considered. And a deep introspection needs to look at what is it that we are not doing as operators for moving from one position to another. So I've just reiterated the discussion of the results. In terms of the limitations, what we found, of course, is that this is a pilot phase of the study. So it was a small sample size in terms of the RM3 assessments that were conducted. Only Class A operators reports were analyzed because those are the ones that had been received. It is inferred that should we have a wider sample then of the RM3 assessment reports, we will be presented with a different picture. However, this is the current picture that we've seen previously. The type of criteria was not measured equally across all operators. Neither the number of criteria was measured across all of the operators, and not all of the 26 defined criteria of the RM3 were assessed. So in terms of our recommendations, we just recommend simple, small solutions, that workshops should be conducted and driven by the operators to learn from each other. They need to sit and discuss on what are the issues that they're facing, particularly if operators are being found to have similar issues. And therefore, they are given the opportunity to discuss those issues and give each other solutions as to how to resolve them. We know also that many industries publicly celebrate the achievements of their peers. We do not always want to be soldiers on people's backs. And therefore it is inferred that after every 3 years or so, the Department of Transport together with the RSR may formally recognize operators who have reached an excellent level through recognition of certificates. And in conclusion, colleagues, we just hope and desire that by the year 2030, operators would have moved from the managed and predictable level and standardized level to at least an excellent level so that we can contribute equally and effectively for our economy. Thank you.
That was great. I must admit, I learned quite a bit from that presentation. Thank you very much. And I think you've set an example which is going to be very difficult to beat from all presenters from now on. Keba was stayed well within her time. She was succinct, she presented a great message, and she's, I think, developed a picture for us for a foundation upon which, research upon which we can build safe railway systems. And this RM3 looks like it is one of the tools that we can use to do that. So again, thank you very much. That was a great presentation. All right, so now we're going to allow for some questions. We've got 10 minutes for question time. And I don't know how it works. Do they appear on? Okay. Great. Yeah, this is where technology and people sometimes diverge. I'm also waiting for the questions. Ah, there we are. Can you guys read that? Ah, there we are. They're not indicating who must answer the question. All right. Maybe I should ask them, ladies, who would like to answer the first question?
Can you see the question?
Barely. Yeah, go, please.
All right, thank you for the first question. So I must disclaim, I don't work for the RSR anymore. So maybe the RSR needs to be the one that answers this or to add to this. But I know that specifically when it comes to the SMS and the requirements of the SMS, the RSR does provide training in terms of the SMS determination and other standards linked to that.
And I know the current review of the SMS, one of the outputs will be to create an online learning management system where operators will be able to access training content as and when they need it. So I know that the training issue has been coming up quite constantly when it comes to support, when it comes to SMS requirements. So I think that's something that RSR has ongoing, but maybe an RSR representative can add to that.
No, we won't take input unless Keba wants to add to that. Yeah.
I think she's covered it quite clearly. That's exactly what we do. For the
Great.
moment. Thanks.
All right, with our second one, could we just move that up a bit? There we are. Smart. How does your data make it to government? That's a question for you.
Honorable Deputy Minister, I think she's representing the government when it comes to the transport industry, and I think it's important that these kind of sessions are attended at that by stakeholders at the high level as that. But I'm not sure the different platforms that the RSR has to engage with, the DOT. I know that they use those platforms quite well. I'm not sure the details in terms of, the requirements from operators, they actually filter up to the top in terms of the challenges that they experience. But I think this is one of the platforms definitely that the RSR has created to engage across the various stakeholders. So Honorable Deputy Minister, hopefully the challenges that we're expressing are being heard. Thank you.
Keba, any comment on that one? You okay? All right. Let's look at the next question. Dinesh, you have a couple there. Can you read that? Who would like to answer Dinesh's question? Hang on, it's the one that's out of line. Can you just lift it up, please?
Sure. This
Yeah.
seems like a comment more than a question. It's just as an ex-TCO, let's look into creating systems to eradicate the chance of human error during abnormal working. Focus high stress level contributing to human errors. So this seems like more of a question, a comment. However, just to add, I think it is an imperative, right? Because we do have some of the subtopics which we'll be looking at as a finger problem. And if we're looking at certain systems that are going to be put in place, what we essentially want is to move away from abnormal working. In fact, it shouldn't be there. We should not be regressing and working with an abnormal system. Abnormal system should only be there if and as and when the system sort of collapse, and that should be at the bare minimum. What we need is our system to be at completely 100% effective. And abnormal is just a, how could I say, fallback system. So I think it's certain, it's a good comment to put forward, but what we really need is for the abnormal working to be eradicated completely.
Right, thanks Dinesh. Then Anonymous. All right, can we have RSR representatives visibility on sites and virtual engagements, providing training and awareness for operators at least biannually going forward?
I think this question also touches on the first question in terms of the training arrangements that we have. And our CEO is here with us today. But it is, I'm sure training departments and other business could look into something like that.
Right, could we scroll up? Are there any other questions? Oh, there we are. Ladies and gentlemen, Honourable Minister, thank you for joining us on this particular session. I believe we have kept to time, Mr. MC. And so let's give a round of applause before we do that. Sorry, wait a minute. Right, let's vote. Who is the one sitting here that kayaked in the ocean? Keba, right, she was the one who kayaked. And a retired seamstress on her right. All right, let's give them a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to our session chair as well as to our speakers. We do have some gifts for them. So at this point, we might have a box of green bananas for you. But please, I just need some assistance to try and hand the gifts over. I did see them come into the room, so I know that they're here. And I promise I won't be trying to steal them and take them back to Joburg with me. All right, here we go. Look at this. Probably the most good-looking people bringing the gifts up. Look at KG here. I love that you hand something over and everyone waits and then you smile. We've been practicing this for a while. Thank you. Last but not least. Thank you to our session chair himself and to the speakers. Thank you so much. That was really, really a fantastic session. I think that we have set the tone. We know exactly what we're going to get going forwards. What I do want to do is I've got a couple of notes, please. The first one was somebody has lost their car keys. So if you've come across any car keys at all, please feel free to bring them to me or, well, maybe not to anybody, but to me specifically, and I'll try and get them to the people. And the other one is, if you're going to leave your room keys around, sometimes that's seen as an invitation. We won't, this isn't that kind of conference. So if you've lost your room key, we'll be very discreet. We'll leave the key somewhere in the front, but I won't be coming back to your room to hand it over. All right, with those notes out of the way, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to start with our next session, and it's going to be a really interesting one because it covers some really interesting topics, in particular, being secure and safe train control systems. So to chair this particular session, we have Kevin Pillay, who is waiting in the wings to come up onto the stage. Kevin is an accomplished executive with a successful 20-year career within a multinational technology company, specifically Siemens, where he served in various managerial and executive leadership positions. I'm not seeing Kevin get up and move his way forward. There we go, Kevin. Please welcome to the stage, Mr. Kevin Pillay.
That's one of the advantages of online meetings. Firstly is you don't have to worry whether the podium is higher than you. And secondly, even though I was standing, you couldn't see me. Online, I just have to adjust the camera. Okay, so let me acknowledge the presence of the Deputy Minister. It's really an honor to have you here. I think it's good you get the information firsthand, and also the Deputy Director General, I believe, is here also. Thank you for being here. What we have to say is important, not only for the industry, for the employment, for the social aspect, for the development of the country, and for all our sanity. Okay, it's really important. I like the messages to be direct. I think we have gone past points where we need to be, fuzzy and flurry of stuff. We need action. Okay. So thank you very much. Thank you also to the RSR, the board, chairperson, CEO, the operators that are here, Prasa, Transnet, Gautrain, individuals and captains in industry. My first message is, if we don't do anything, we don't have a job. That's simple. The second message is, if we don't do anything, we don't have a country. Okay. And there's no two ways about that. But today I'm here to just chair the session. We have two excellent speakers. I'll introduce them shortly. But I also thought, before we go into this, I've asked the guy to put up a slide for me, if you can still find it. I'm not presenting, but I want to show you something about, we're talking about train control systems, systems that control trains safely, reliably, and making sure that these things are punctual so you don't have a stressful travel. Okay. So what you see on the screen is from about the 1800s to about 2020, where we are, about a 200-year span. We've moved from passing tokens from a flag person on horseback on a flag. We've moved to a token system, mechanical, electromechanical, relay, electronic. We are on digital systems now, and we will be cloud-based in the future. This transpired over time. First lesson you have to learn with infrastructure. It doesn't happen tomorrow, and it doesn't happen because you click your fingers. It happens over time. It's a journey, and we need people to follow that journey. So today, just for your own interest in South Africa, we are probably sitting between the electrical, actually we're sitting between the mechanical interlocking that's there from 1850, I think it is, to electronic interlocking. We're sitting in that time span. We haven't put enough effort to modernize and change the systems. We haven't been strategic and purposeful about it. When there's a crisis, we run out, quickly try and do this chop change. That is what has been the African mentality. I say that with pride on one side, and I say that with embarrassment on the other side. We need to do more to plan our own future. Technology is not the restraining factor. I'm an electronic engineer by background. It's definitely not. You also heard a good presentation by Yap, I think it was, on theft, vandalism. I think it's good when you see it, when you hear it. It's the first time I've heard it. It's absolutely painful, okay? And if we don't do something about it, we really won't have anything, okay? The comforting news is this is not a strange thing. It happens in other parts of the world. On Saturday this weekend in northern Germany, can you believe it? There was an investigation going on because there were perpetrators that damaged some of the communication cable. Okay, there was a few hours of delay on the rail systems. The German investigators are looking into this. Can you believe it? What a strange thing. We see that nonsense every day here. Okay, it will be in the next few months, they would stop using words like perpetrators, damaging communication cable. It will be theft and vandalism, unforeseen, must be stopped, must be terminated. It would be things like that, okay? So it's happening in other parts of the world. My colleagues and I, we compare notes in Brazil. Also, one of the information that came up earlier, and Brazil is bad. South Africa has overtaken Brazil. This guy cannot compete with me on stories of theft and vandalism. He has conceded, okay? It's embarrassing, and I'm saying it in a lighthearted way, but guys, we need to do something, and we need to do something now. Our presenters that are here will take you through some of the technology aspects. We have an online presenter, and we have a person, in-person presenter. I will introduce them as they come along. They will talk a lot about the technologies of the future. It's good, it can help us. It's less equipment, it's more digital. That's what we should be doing. That's the way we should be going. But I just want you to know, it doesn't fall off an aeroplane in here and tomorrow we implement it because we have the will and the initiative. It's a process of learning, skilling people. It's a process of implementing systems. We need to become a process-oriented society in the field of safety, okay? And you mentioned in the previous one about whether what happens in situations that are not controlled or unprecedented or not normal situations. Not normal situations are special. Normal situations should work in a process. And once you start to accept this and work in these fields, things start to flow in the right direction, okay? But our experts are going to tell you more about that. And I'm going to introduce, I'm going to introduce the first speaker, Dr. Alessandro Massis, and I think I pronounced his name right, all the way from Milan. Alessandro, sorry.
Oh, you pronounced my name very well. Thank
My
you.
Italian is not so bad. He's the Vice President of Digital and Electronics, Europe, Middle East, Africa region for Webtech Corporation. Alessandro is an electronic engineer with a PhD in operations research. His thesis was on the algorithms for railway traffic optimization. Amongst other things, he's had tremendous experience in research and development, project management, bid and sales, and quite an accomplished individual. It's great to have you online. Sorry you couldn't make it here to Cape Town, but it feels like we're on a fashion show. I'm sending it from Cape Town to Milan now.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So I'll hand over to you and let's hope everything goes well. Thank you, Alessandro.
Okay, so we'll let me try to share my screen. Okay. Can you please tell me if you see my presentation? Can you see it?
Yes, we see it, Alessandro. I hope you can hear me, but you can continue.
Okay, so you can see very well. So first of all, thank you so much for your introduction. It was very interesting and quite good. Indeed, you mentioned that in the last 200 years, the industry and the railways were transforming and now going to the digital and later in the cloud. And this is exactly what I will discuss and explain in my presentation. So the title is Decentralization and Autonomous Decision. Let me go to directly to the next slide. I will spend a really very short time just to introduce the company I'm representing. It's Wabtec. It's a large multinational with 3 big headquarters, one in Pittsburgh, the corporate, and then one in Chicago and another one in Paris. For the 2 main activities we have, that is freight and transit. 27,000 employees. We have activities and legal entities in more than 50 countries. It's an 8 billion revenue company. As you can see, we manufacture locomotives. We make components also for passenger trains. And from a signaling train control point of view, we have installed more than 20,000 automatic train protection system, mainly in United States, but also in South America. And now we are also performing some projects in Africa with this, quite advanced technology. So focusing a little bit more on train control and safety and signaling, we have a big, a strong footprint, more than 3,000 employees. And as I mentioned before, we installed more than 22,000 radio based on board automatic train protection on over 90,000 kilometers of network. We also have installed, and it is in operation since many years in Atlanta, the biggest, to my knowledge, operation control center, which is able to dispatch automatically, so doing automatic routing and scheduling of trains in a network larger than 30,000 kilometers. Also quite important in terms of automation, we have installed more than 11,000, we call it trip optimizer. So simple automatic train operation system that's with the goal of saving energy. So we save, not on paper, but these are real numbers, something like 10% of the diesel in these trains, diesel trains are using this technology. So what are we doing now? What are we trying to do? I mean, our goal now is to be greener, smarter in the utilization of the assets. We are trying to be faster in transforming the yard operations that are currently a bottleneck in many freight operations because of the many manual activities, especially for coupling, yard classification activities. And we are working also in a large European co-funded project, which is starting now to make a full automated yard operation. And from a safety point of view, which is one of the topics of this meeting today, we also work a lot to increase the safety. And we are also on this topic participating together with, again, with the support of the European Commission and many other companies, including the largest one like Siemens, Alstom, Hitachi, and so on what is the future for signaling in order to reduce the cost, especially for regional lines, low density lines. So to go to the two topics, which is decentralization and autonomous trains, for what concern autonomous trains, what we are doing as Wabtec, because since we have a lot of quite large product portfolio, we are connecting and integrating all these products. So basically, what we are doing is, and this is quite new. Of course, we are not the only one doing this. Is increasing the integration among operation control center, system on board, and system to manage the asset performance. So basically, system also that allows to not only reduce the fuel consumption, but also to check and verify the status of the rolling stock through a set of sensors, and this to allow predictive maintenance, avoid issue of in the availability. And this is extremely important, both from a safety point of view, but also from a performance and cost point of view. Long story short, because we have a limited time, what we are doing now is, in terms of integration, we are integrating for example, I don't know if you can see my cursor, but basically we are integrating the automatic train operation with our ATP system, that is the American standard called PTC, Positive Train Control. And doing that, we move to the autonomous train operation. So the driver is still on board, and we call it 0 to 0. So the train is able to depart from the first station, from 0 kilometers per hour, and reach the last station of its journey. So again, 0 speed because it stops in a complete autonomous way. The advantage of this clearly is even more reduction in fuel consumption, but also less stress on the rolling stock, because the system on board is able, better than a human being, to take into account all the gradient, curve, rolling stock characteristics in order to accelerate and decelerate in the best way to reduce the fuel consumption, but also the stress on the rolling stock on the train. This increased automation, as I mentioned to you before, is not only on the main line or on the freight line, but it's also applicable then in the yards. So when you start automating all parts of the overall railway system, you get better performance, less consumption, and as I mentioned, a greener, smarter, faster, and safer environment. Now, if we go to the decentralization, which is it's also linking better to what has been introduced before, so was mentioned before, so moving from digital to cloud. I would like to show you one slide that is related to which are the big cost driver in signaling and telecommunication, which is very often, delaying the development of railways. So the first point is that typically to manage to manage the signaling system, you need a dedicated radio network. Normally, we use track circuit, axle counter to detect the position of the trains. If you look to the European standard, you need the Eurobalises and other equipment to be installed on track, signals, and all these components are associated with cables, typically copper cables, but also fiber optics cables. And then also we have a lot of subsystems. So to manage the complexity of the railway, we have sort of hierarchy, having at the lower level, of course, the wayside objects, but then on top you have the interlocking, which was mentioned before. On top you have traffic management system, the operation control center, and then you need the radio backbone and so on. So you have several systems, but for simpler lines and also with the development of the power of computers, we can start thinking to collapse all this system in a single one. An advantage is not only reducing the hardware, which is not the real cost in this type of application, but reducing the configuration, verification, and validation, which is very time consuming, especially for safety related system. So to configure an interlocking, configure the radio block center for the RTMS, configure the traffic management system, and at the very end, they share the same data mainly. It's very expensive, and you need also to ensure that the data are the same for all of them, of course. So the solution that we are working on as Wabtec is that we think that we are now ready. We have the technology to imagine a more advanced solution and even cheaper than what is now installed even in high-speed lines. So systems that can use public radio and satellite, even communication, not only positioning, intelligent system on board, cloud-based control rooms, and minimal wayside equipment will allow to reduce both the CapEx and OpEx in a dramatic way. At the same time, have higher system availability and increase, of course, also the performances. You increase the system availability when you simplify it. So you have less critical wayside elements, and you have less hardware, less systems, less complexity. So in conclusion, you can see here an architecture that, to come back to the title of this presentation, which is a decentralized approach. So the goal is to reduce as much as possible the wayside equipment, which is valid both for vandalism, theft, but also to reduce the cost. So it's applicable everywhere in the world. Obviously, there are components that you cannot get rid of, like the switch machine, they are needed. And on regional low density lines, also level crossings. But apart that, and these components can be controlled again via radio, then the only components that you need is an onboard unit to control the train and a dispatching center, which can be remotely put everywhere. And this is another important thing, because some low density lines, some railways may have a benefit to have a dispatching center centralized in a place and not having several dispatching center in remote areas, as it was the architecture in the past. So you have a line, and then you have a fiber optic along this line, and then you have an operation control center connected to this fiber optic with electronic interlocking and so on. The idea is that all the data needed to control trains, to control these objects, can be communicated via IP protocols. So using the most advanced encryption methods coming also from other industry like banks and so on. And so this communication can use either Wi-Fi, either terrestrial communication or satellites. Why this is so relevant? Because very often in the railway industry, we make the mistake to try to follow the telecommunication and not taking into account that we are slower. So we need to look forward and understand what is really the real application we need to develop, and how can we decompose the real railway application from the communication system. So using IP protocol, for example, will allow us to change radio in the future. And I make you an example. Now, a lot of people are focusing on 5G. How can we move from GSMR to 5G? But 5G is already old. Telecommunication company is working on 6G, 7G, which will integrate satellite communication with terrestrial antennas. So in the future, your mobile phones will be able to allow you to make at a reasonable cost positioning and communication everywhere, because wherever you are not reached by the terrestrial coverage, you can use the satellites. And this is already a reality. So we are doing an application in Africa at the moment as WAPTEC, where we are allowing our trains either to use 4G or 3G where it is available. And when it is not, we go to the satellites at a cost that is absolutely manageable and more competitive than developing a dedicated radio network. That's all from my side. I hope I was still on respecting the time.
Alessandro, thank you very much for actually keeping within the time. It was very insightful, very engineering and technically driven. I think those of the guys who are engineers from an engineering background, signaling, communication guys, you saw a few eyebrows raised and taking some notes. But I mean, for the rest of us, I think the message that is underlying and behind it, like we did in the communication era, we can leapfrog technological issues. The technology is not the restraint here. We are, okay? And the point about all of this, and for operators, the RSR, everyone else that's out there, it's best to start engaging with the market now. It's best to start engaging with everyone, understand all the technologies out there. I mean, I'm from a competitive company to Alessandro, but all of us have technologies. It's out there. Understand it. Understand what are the advantages, the disadvantages of everything. And there's a process of building that needs to start. So I'd give you another example. We employ quite a few people in South Africa, but due to the lack of work in the industry, we have about 15 engineers who are sitting at home working on international projects, programming and engineering European train control system projects, Norway, Denmark on high-speed lines. They're sitting at home and we get paid in euro. That's a good business model. We have excellent people in South Africa. These guys are black, they're white. Some of them are newly qualified. Some of them are older. They are female. They are whoever they want to be. They are sitting at home, we're creating employment, and we're continuing to do that. Those models can work. The reason why we're doing that is because when we come to this point, we are not talking of it on PowerPoint. We have people here who can actually do the work. So this is my advice to the industries. We need to embrace that, and we need to start doing that and start this process of building on rail. We made the statement earlier, rail is here to stay. Irrespective as to what happens, it is a backbone behind all development and successful economies. You can write that story whichever you want. Over 200 years, that story has not changed, and it's needed. So we need to start working on that, and we need to start doing it together. So with that, I'm going to introduce the next speaker. Like all good things in life, change happens. So the next speaker was supposed to have been Raymond Maseko. Unfortunately, he had to attend to something quite urgently. So we make a shift in the program because we're African and dynamic. And it's in our stride. We can do that with a smile. We're going to call back Mr. Jaap van der Merwe to enlighten us on a few other technologies and possibly show us a video. I'm going to allow Jaap to introduce that himself, but I don't think he needs any further introduction. Thanks.
Thank you, Kevin. I think it is just proper in the railway business to always have a plan B. Yeah, that's a good thing to do. So what we're going to show you is very interesting how it plays out. There's one major vendor in the industry. We have Dr. Alessandro, and another major in the industry. I'm going to show a video from a third vendor in the industry. The message being that, as an introduction, railways are good at three things: longer, faster, heavier. That sounds like a Standard Bank advertisement. We exploit the axle load. We can take loads heavier per ton, per axle. Where trucks at 9.5, Australia run trains at 40 tons per axle. We run trains at 26 and 30 and 20. 20 we call light. Second thing is we can couple them together, make trains, so we can have longer parcels of traffic. The road trains in Australia, rubber wheel road trains in the outback, maybe 120 tons payload. We have a 378 wagon train with manganese and a 342 wagon iron ore train in South Africa. The longest train, that manganese train, of any description anywhere in the world. To do that, Dr. Alessandro's company had to put in a wireless solution to make the locomotives in the train talk to each other, first in the world. Before it was wired, now the train is so long, the wire forgets the message. And then the third thing is we have what we call guiding. Railway is a guided system. We're on rails. What does that do? It gives us a perfect engineered path, if well maintained. And with a perfect engineered path, I can run fast trains because I can shape the curves. So you can get what China has done. China has built 37,000 kilometers of 250 kilometers an hour and faster trains in the last 20 years. 37,000 kilometers of high-speed track. More than Germany has built since the 1970s, of any description, just to give you a benchmark. That's for passenger. Very expensive and so on. Average $17 million per kilometer, by the way. Then the second thing you can do in the freight business with a guided system is you can engineer the energy consumption profile. Think of the coal line. The train is going through tunnels and bridges, is going over a very expensive escarpment down from 1,700 meters above sea level at Ermelo to sea level in Richards Bay. 200 wagon trains, 20,000 tons gross vehicle mass. Basically, when you leave Ermelo, you put on the brakes. Then you brake all the way to not park in the sea. And when the train is empty, all that energy that we burnt, which we engineered the profile in 1976, we opened the line. That energy is exactly the same energy you need, if you could save it, to bring the empty wagon back. So from the lady Smar spoke about sustainable development goals. If you study the sustainable development goals, there's a sustainable mobility for all program that the World Bank runs about transportation. We have an energy neutral coal train since 1976. Our problem is we can't store the energy as it breaks. All that, we just make electricity and heat it up. We haven't got the ability to put it into batteries since 1976 or into the grid. But the system is the perfect energy source. Break all the way down, take that energy and bring the train free back. If we can do that, we can run the coal line for free, by the way. It's amazing. Now, to exploit bearing, coupling, and guiding, to do that, we use technology. And that's why I'll do the introduction and show the video now. Technology does three things. Allows us to compress time, can do stuff quickly. Compresses space. I can see far away with a computer. I can sit on Google Earth and look what's happening in China. And a month later, I'll get a new photo. The third thing it can do, it can deal with complexity. Humans can handle this. Psychologists will tell you 7 plus or minus 2 things and get all fuzzy at a level. Just if you programmed it well, not garbage in, garbage out, you can process incredible amounts of complexity. The railways have always done that. We always look for technology to solve with our problem that our asset is normally far from us. So we have a spatial problem and we have a time problem when it needs to happen. And when you build a network, it gets complicated. So where this world is going, and that's a perfect introduction. Thank you, Dr. Alessandro. You spoke about autonomous trains or drone trains. Now, how real is drone trains? Chris will tell you that's a very bad idea because that's not good for a trade unionist. But, you know, when I was a kid, privileged white kid, we'd go to the OK Bazaars in Elof Street, and there was a guy that operated the lift. It was his job. Stand in the lift and push the button. Even now, if you go to Menlyn Mall at the Willies, which comes off the parking lot, they're worried about people coming from the parking lot, dodgy guys into the mall. So there's a person permanently in the lift for one floor, pushing the button. Nobody operates lifts like that anymore. So we have to evolve with time. So in Australia, they export 800 million tons of iron ore to China from one region called the Pilbara, one mountain. BHP, Rio Tinto, Fortescue Metals Group, and a few smaller players. About 400 kilometers from the sea. Rio Tinto has got about 3,000 kilometers of rail track there, of which they use 2 ports, Headland, which is their main port, and then Dampier. And their problem is that's 2,500 kilometers from Perth, in the middle of absolutely nowhere. You think Kuruman is in the middle of nowhere. This is in the middle of nowhere. So they have mostly Afrikaans-speaking train drivers at 1.5 million rand a year salary, at 450,000 Aussie dollar total cost to company because of fly in and fly out. So the problem is if the drivers are not there and the cost of that, can they deal with this problem? So Rio Tinto started a project with one of the other signaling vendors to develop an autonomous train service, and they exclusive, nobody else can get it. Rio Tinto owns the IP as far as I know. It's called Auto Haul. It's a drone train. And the YouTube is an incredible thing, especially for conference situations like this. So I'm going to show you a 7-minute video of what Rio Tinto is doing. But what is wonderful about it is also the engineer explains the journey, how they went from driving a train to a train being driven 2,000 kilometers away from where it operates. So please play the video, Chief. See if it's the right one. That's the one, yeah.
Here at Rio Tinto, we run autonomous trains. That means they're unmanned. They only run on the main line. Around the yards, they're driven by drivers, as they always have been. And when they get to the point where they're ready to depart, we set them up for what's called auto haul. That's our name for it. So I'll just pull an empty train out of the dumper, and I've tested the brakes, etc. And I've gone through the process of setting up the auto haul. It's quite a lengthy process, involves a lot of pushing of buttons, waiting for something to happen, building the error, yada, yada, yada. And we're at the part now where we're actually going to send it on its way. So, I've got a couple more things to do here, and then we'll go around to the side of the desktop here, throw a switch, then we'll lock the cab up, get off, throw another switch that's on the other side, pull up the controller and tell them it's ready to go, and we'll watch it disappear into the sunset. So these are the A2B switches. This one is the on and off switch. This one is the selector switch for which mode it's going to be in when it's on. So we have passive, that's the old system where the driver drives the train. We have driver assist, which has the driver driving the train, but there's a screen on the, there's a display on the screen there showing him what to do and when to do it. Take the throttle notch down, there's some brake on now. That was the forerunner to auto haul that's in the testing phase. Then we have Now we'll lock the cab up and get out. The other requirements for running out of the frame or a man frame is that all the cabs have to say that if it pulls up in the side somewhere or stops for any reason, people can't afford the cab and play. So I've already got the cabs on the other two lanes. We'll walk this one down from the inside, and now we'll go up the front door from the outside. Hanging somewhere around here, it's usually a little shiny there, anyway, so we'll make that go off. We'll be quiet.
Thank you. So just some closing comments. The train departs, drives 500 kilometers to the mine, that's at the port, being authorized from Perth 2,000 kilometers away. That Cape Lambert port here. The mine is 2,000 kilometers from Perth. Cape Lambert's probably 2,500 kilometers away from Perth. Train departs here, goes to the port, to the mine, stops at the mine, switches into creep control, crawls through the autoloader, loads itself, stops at the end of the autoloader, switches back to mainline control and drive all the way back to the port, come into the dumper, go into creep control, go through the tippler, unloads itself. When it's empty, it stops there. They check the train, make sure the train is fine and goes again. That's the process. What do we do in Sishen? Well, the longest train, that's a 330 wagon train. So the payload's the same as we have in terms of tons, because they've got heavier trains there, heavier axle loads, wider gauge, heavier axle loads, because the center of gravity is lower with a wider gauge. So they also move 34,000 tons on a train. When that train, so what do? We bring the train into Salkor, then we break it into 114 wagon pieces, and we shunt it into a stop block, one by one. So these guys have got the trip on us. Not only are they closer to China, yes, we've got better iron ore than they, but they're closer to China. That specific mine does 4 times 240 million tons. We do 60 million tons at Sishen. So that's probably 60 million tons, just that specific port. I'm talking under correction. So they're the same size as Sishen operation. They're halfway the distance to China that we are. The grade is pretty much the same from a price point of view. And they turn that train maybe in 40% less time than we do. Because once the train is empty, we shunt it back into Salkor. We built the very longest train in the world and we go all the way back to Sishen. When we get to Sishen, we break the train into 3. We load it under 3 different loaders. We build the train again. So what do? We're playing building breaking trains. That's what we're doing. Competing with the same iron ore with these guys. Instead of having spent the money to build a loop in the port around the bay, in the bay, and keep the train together, much safer and so on. So that would be process critical. The second thing is, as an African, that padlock will last 2 days. So we need to re-engineer the padlock. And I think we also have to put in bulletproof glass on that window. So we'll have some work. I think this is EMD loco. Looks like EMD loco. So Caterpillar can get some business to customize, like GE got business on the ore line. Point being, they went through a process from an operated, attended, hands-free, automated cycle. Now, the third cycle, what they call, I can't remember the name, it's basically like we have in-flight autopilot. So the pilot is there when things go wrong. It's not supervised, it's just attended. There's no need for a train driver today to know everything about the road anymore. The road, the computers are there, they can deal with all these things we just earlier discussed, the complexity. Yes, absolutely. The autopilot will land the A380 better than any pilot in the world, as long as it's a normal landing. Abnormal landing, I don't really want the computer to land the plane I'm on. So the Rio Tinto example has these stages of maturity from fully driver operated to fully automated. And I think there's a lesson in that, that it's not an all or nothing. Similarly, today, if you go to the newest mine there, Roy Hill is 55 million tons. They opened 5 years ago, operated by the daughter of the founder of the Pilbara deposit. She's obviously a wealthy lady. They out of the box, it is autonomous ready, and it's got all the bits and pieces, but they still run a conventional system. So we should not invest looking in the rear view mirror. We should have downward compatibility going forward, just so we can survive the legacy we have, but we should really now is the time. We're out of the market on the coal price, $480 a ton. We should be pumping iron coal. The line is built to 81 million tons. We're doing 58. And similarly on the ore business, our air emissions license is locked in at 60. Transnet has been applying for 70 forever and a day. But if I give you 70 now, you won't be able to do it because of the way we are running the trains in the port. Thank you, Kim.
Okay, thanks. I think plan B was a pretty good plan, right? So we have a few more minutes for questions. I think we can take a few. Alessandro still on the line, I believe.
Yes, I am.
Yeah. So I'm just told we can open the questions to the floor. So I think if you raise your hand, we give you a microphone. Any questions there? While we do that, I just tell you another story. In Thailand, we have a project where we have autonomous rail, autonomous trains. And the guys told me that, they paint pictures on the train, like a face. So you sitting in the depot, like 4 o'clock in the morning, the lights come on, you just sit in the control center and you're watching this. The lights come on, the train smiles. It moves itself to the wash bay. As the wash on its own, comes back online and follows the schedule that it needs to schedule. And you don't do anything. If they could do that for our kids, that would be nice also. Huh? Any questions? Anyone else? Okay. All right. Thank you very much, guys. It was good and enjoyable. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. At this point, we know what has to happen next. It's gift time. I will be accepting Alessandro's gift. Thank you, Alessandro. I hope that you heard that online.
Thank you.
But we do have a gift for Kevin. Yep. Unfortunately, we can't double gift you. I could see you were hoping. Yeah. We might just be able to do that a bit later. I think we'll only need one of the boxes for now. But thank you so much. Let's give Kevin one. And perhaps Kevin deserves to take two, because I can't believe that he said he was standing and I didn't see him in the room. That was awfully rude of me. Thank you. Okay, so photo taken, gift given, everybody's happy. It is time, I'll come and take that one, don't worry. It's time for lunch. There is a very special rule around lunch. First one being, we need you back in the room at a specific time. We have actually caught up to our time. We were a bit behind. We're now right on track. If you could all be back in the room by about 2:20, that is 14:20, bright and early. I'm giving you enough time to go and have as much lunch as possible, even have a snooze afterwards, and then still come back. We do have two separate areas for lunch as well. So we will be serving lunch out in the foyer, but you could also go back down to the exhibition space, and there is a lunch station down there too. So you don't have to queue and fight and hassle and all of that stuff up here. It can also be done downstairs. And we do have cameras. If there is any wrestling, we are able to sell that footage. This is a business event after all, so let's try and keep it civil. Make sure you've got all of your belongings with you. I still have that room key. So if it's your room, just check that it is. If it isn't, well, the key is there, and also the car key. I'm not sure if we found the car key yet. I would keep your electronics with you because things do grow legs. They should be relatively safe, but keep your phones with you especially. Right, thank you everybody. Enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back in the room after lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are about to begin. Please take your seats. We'll begin in 2 minutes' time. Thank you. 2 minutes' time.
We hope lunch was good and you are ready to pick up when we get going. Back on stage is your program moderator, Mr. Cyrus Rogers.
Thank you, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Somebody said to me at a conference a few months ago that I don't smile enough. I hope that that's not true. But please, before we start anything, somebody's lost an iPhone. I have it. It will become my phone. So if you're missing your iPhone, I can't tell you. I don't use Apple products, so I can't tell you which iPhone it is. But it's definitely nice and it's not small. I do have. Oh goodness! Don't worry. You don't have to run to the front. I'll give it to you just now. Does the facial recognition work? There we go. Disaster averted. So thank you for coming back into the room, everybody. We will be starting shortly. Our first presentation will be a virtual one, and we do have a session chair for that. However, before we get into any of the rest of the activities, thank you, everybody. I see lunch is working. We do have an optional stakeholder engagement event that's happening on Wednesday. I believe most of you are aware of it. When you were registering, you saw that you could actually opt in for this first come, first serve stakeholder event. It is a steam train rail trip to Ceres. If you're unaware of this, we've definitely tried to keep it from Wednesday. We'll be departing from the Lord Charles Hotel at 8 a.m. Wellington to Ceres is the actual trip. There will be a transfer from here to Wellington, and then from Wellington, you'll be on board the train going all the way to Ceres. It is a fantastic trip. I haven't done it yet. I've only seen the pictures. I'm very envious. I'll be back in Johannesburg when this happens. The train ride on its own is about 2.5 hours from Ceres all the way, from Wellington all the way through to Ceres. We do have a flight that day. We can make some provision for you to perhaps get and come back via horse-drawn carriage or any other way of transport. This is a scenic route. So one that you don't want to miss out on. I said it's a first come, first serve. If you're going to go and take the train all the way back, down and back, it should take you pretty much the whole day. You'll be back here at the Lord Charles at 5 p.m. Also, the other question that somebody asked me was, do you have the Wi-Fi code? I do. It costs 10 Rand anytime anybody asks me. Or if I'm standing up here, I can give it to you right now. The Wi-Fi code is literally just all lowercase, one word, Lord Charles, and you're looking for the Lord Charles Wi-Fi. That's it, as simple as that. If you haven't got that already, you've got it now. Ladies and gentlemen, that's enough from me for now. Please allow me to welcome to the stage our session chair, Mr. Tsepo Khobe, who is from the Gautrain Management Agency. Sir, you are the most dapper individual in this room. A round of applause, please, for Mr. Tsepo Khobe.
Thank you. They say the reason why cell phones ring in meetings is because most cell phones are much brighter than their owners. So let's just make sure that we do not see that your phone is much more smarter than you are. So we have the Deputy Minister in the house, and therefore let's try and respect that. Just a little bit. Let's try. You know, sometimes you try and then magic happens. I'm a session chair this afternoon. They know you're getting older when you're getting older when they stop making you do presentations, and then they tell you to tell other people to do presentations. So thank you for the honor, RSR, for being the session chair this afternoon. I want to talk to you guys in the 10 minutes that I have. I'm not going to use the whole 10 minutes. I'm going to leave a lot of it more for questions and answers. I had the incredible chance to be able to spend a bit of time with the minister and the chairperson of the rail regulator, and the Osikwale, and on the Pinar Sarfir line or the Pinaspur line. And I think one of the most revealing things in that day when we were there, and thanks to them and them explaining to me the matrices of what do they call it, of what the line means to that area there. So I want to appeal with you. Now is the time when we get out of our MBA talk. So I'm standing around there and I'm saying to Ntate Nkhabule, no, Abraham, tell me, man, what do they call it? What is your rate of recovery for the prices you charge for operating this service here? And he said, look, this is not about the rate of recovery. So that's me talking MBA talk, cost recovery, ratios, and all sorts of other things there, and I'm being fancy. Now, what he said to me became what I call it my why now, the driving force why I still remain in the railway lines. He said to me, you know, in this area here, the average earning is between 3,000 and 3,800 per household. Now, let's do the maths. I know it's a bit late in the afternoon, the lunch might be a bit heavy. So the taxi from Pienaarsport to town every day one way is 30 rands, okay? Two way is 60 rands. Now, over a 22-day working month, how much is that on what do they call it? It's 1,000 what? 1,300 on what? And that's on one parent. Now, if both of them had to travel, that for transport. Now let's do the mathematics. We call them PRASA mathematics. The mathematics cost of per trip on PRASA. The cost on per trip on PRASA is 8 rands one way and 8 rands back. That's 16 rands as compared to 60 rands. Now, what you're doing in bringing back PRASA is not about whether we want to talk MBA talk. It's about us powering our people. It's about us actually moving our people and powering an economy. Now, it is the reason that we cannot falter. We cannot fail in being able to rebuild this railway line. If you didn't know why we are here collectively, because the one thing we want to do is for us to be able to say, as we rebuild the economy and we rebuild the manner in which our people are moved, can we do it better? Can we do it safer? And can we do it with the best technologies? Now, as I say to you, I appeal to you again. It is time we get out of our MBA talk and then look at the reality of what we do. Railways power economies, and ours is no different. If you think about it clearly and you think about what we do, we have changed in the decimation of what has happened with PRASA and what has happened to what do they call it, to Transnet. You have to think of it at this level. 8 rands versus 30 rands. And then let's get out of MBA talk. Cost recovery, you know, we like this fancy talk. But anyway, it's not my, what do they call it, my role to talk about these things. My role is for me to come and talk to you about how do we do things better and how do we maintain our rolling stock in a better manner. Those that know me, I can carry on with very technical things quite a lot, but that's not my role today. I have enough. Is that me lying? You know, sometimes when something breaks, apparently it's when you're not saying the truth. So in essence, the afternoon belongs to us all together. We'll be talking about rolling stock maintenance and our ability to look at how we adapt the future. And our first, what do they call it? Our first speaker is somebody who I've known probably from the first day I actually joined the railways. We used to work together down in Durban. It's weird, in January, I will be 25 years in the railways. I know, Chair, I look very young. But I would have been 25 years in the railways. You know, the likes of Chris here, Corey there, all the familiar faces there that I've known over this 25 years. It's good to see you in this room. But online, we have Mr. Natima Katini, who is, what do they call it? who's our senior manager for Gautrain. He deals with all rolling stock, all buses, all trains and everything else. And he'll be talking about how to optimize depots and look at the future of railway maintenance. We call him Mr. Mac from Ladysmith, not from Maritzburg. Mr. Mac, are you online?
Yes, sir. I am online.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Okay. Should I start? Thank you very much and good afternoon. I wonder what time is it there in Cape Town, because Cape Town should have been in a different time zone. I mean, I studied there. Yeah, no, I'm glad. I'm sure, as Mr. Hove stated, if I was in the room, I would have seen a couple of faces as well that are familiar. You know, once you are in the railways, between the tracks, it's very difficult to get out of it. Even if you manage to get out of, the railways, you just don't move very far from it. Anyway, I will be presenting the flex. Let me just show my screen. I will be presenting the flexible depot systems to support multiple fleet maintenance. Yeah, as Mr. Hove has introduced me, my name is Nati Makatini. I've also been in the railways. I think when I joined Metro Rail, we all come from Metro Rail. So Metro Rail gave us the platform, to do more in the railway line. So started down in Durban. That was exactly 25 years ago, as Mr. Hove has said. So we've been in the railways for quite a long time. So, but currently I'm with the Gautrain Management Agency. And as you know, that it's a PPP with Bombela Construction Company. So I've got only 20 minutes, so I mustn't take advantage that, my COO, Chief Operating Officer, is chairing the session. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I will touch on the assumptions for the flexible depot systems, and then number 2 will be the simple. I'm just going to show the layout of a simple rolling stock depot layout equipment and the typical maintenance depot in its fully fledged, capacity, staging yard, shunting movements, which is a topic that is often not given the importance that it deserves when designing a rolling stock depot. And then, the future. Okay, thank you. All right. The assumptions for my presentation is that there is, limited variety of rolling stock designs. So normally we're looking at two types. So it's going to be either, the trains from 2 suppliers, mainly, the main suppliers is Bombardier and Siemens. Okay, in some cases there are trains from Hitachi and Alstom as well. Okay, and then I'm going to look at the uniform traction voltage supply, which is currently a case in many depots. It's either you are a 3 kV DC depot or 25 kV AC. And then also another assumption is that the depot must be centrally located. Let me see if I can project, sorry. Excuse me a second. Yeah, there. Okay, there's a spotlight, yeah. So yes, and then centrally located and accessible from opposite sides. And then the depot will be a shared maintenance facilities and equipment. And then they need to be on-site material stock holding. Then the benefit these days is that because of the few of the suppliers that have merged and acquired each other, so we have a few of them. So they will be up, on average it's 6. The ones that I know, it's Alstom, Bombardier, Siemens, CRRC, CAF, and then in some cases you have local manufacturers that manufacture at a small scale. And then the optimized shunting movement between the yard and the workshop repair line. And then the provision for future expansion in the staging yard and workshop facilities. So those are the assumptions that I've put in place. So I'm just going to show. Sorry, I have a technical glitch from my side. Are the slides changing from your side, guys? Mine, it's not changing. Sorry, Chairperson, can you advise?
No, the slide is not changing.
I don't know. I don't have a technical glitch. What is happening? Okay, let me stop share and then I'll share again.
Mr. Meg, is this the 1% where the Gautrain doesn't run well?
I think in general, there is a Wi-Fi sort of connectivity challenges. Okay.
No, we do run at 99%. There's just 1% where it doesn't.
Yeah, yes, where things don't work. Yeah, let me share again. And see.
Do we have the presentation locally? Can it be, what do they call it? Put up locally and then they'll move it for you, Mr. Meg?
Yes, yes, yes. I did send it.
And then unshare so that we can then, what do they call it? It will be shared on your behalf here and then they can move it locally.
Okay, I've just unshared it.
It means we don't know what happened, you know. So it's a KSR, it's an official railway term, Komsalvrech. It's when the signals, they've gone red and then they go green again, and then we don't know what happened in between. That's a Komsalvrech.
I'm not sure whether the problem is on my side because it started off very well. Now it's the presentation is not. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay. It looks like it has moved. Okay, so
we can't see your screen. We can't see your screen. You'll have to reshare.
Okay, let me reshare.
Sharing other column.
Let me reshare. Okay. This is a simple rolling stock depot layout equipment, which is optimized. I think for the most recently built systems, if you're a design engineer for the rolling stock, you will have an opportunity to, to showcase and to select the best equipment that is required in the depot. The difficulty is when you found a depot there and you have to retrofit, it could be a challenge. Okay. So this is what it would look like. So basically at the entrance from service, there will be the wayside condition monitoring systems. This is debatable whether you put it in on the main line or at the depot, but for the passenger rails services as opposed to freight, yeah, I think the best location from my opinion is at the depot because a bearing, if it's defective, it takes a bit of time to cool down. So you could still detect a faulty bearing according to the temperature, or you could also average, you could compare the temperatures on one wheel, on one train, well, from the axle to the bogie, to the raised vehicle and to the entire train. So there's a whole lot you can do. And then of late, there is an automatic vehicle inspection, which look like this. I know that the photo is very, very small. And then it works, it works with a laser beam. So it does takes quite a lot of measurements. Okay, so the wheel profile monitoring, brake pads, brake disc, axle and temperature, pantograph wear monitor. Will be a wash plant after that where all the trains are washed. I know that in some operations, the wash plant is right in the yard, not in the rolling stock depot, but that's as I said. And then there will be a sending bay on the line. Then coming to the workshop itself, an underflow wheel lathe, it's a must. And then that's where, you know, so that like you save time in removing the wheels and sending them to another workshop for reprofiling. Then the depot itself, this is the equipment that the depot needs to have, the shunting vehicles, preferably also the road rail vehicles, and then the shunting locomotives, the wheel set drop tables, the mobile and fixed lifting jacks, overhead cranes, jeeps and horse cranes, bogie tables, and then the workshop. I just didn't show the, you know, what is inside, and then the must. A good flexible workshop would have a component repair ability, offices and stores. The stores, the benefit is that the stores you could have a mezzanine floor on top of the ground floor. So it's quite, and then the pre-inspection and the post-inspection pits. But this is flexible because you can shunt from both ends. Let me just bring back my my lighter. Okay. All right, so typically this is this facility would exclude the plant overalls, but you could do the program work like the component and subsystem overhaul, couplers, bogies, brake system, compressed air system. You know, this facility will have the capacity to do that. Okay, looks like there is a serious connectivity problem. And then this is now the layout of a fully fledged depot. I think most of the depots, including the Gautrain, it can do more than just the planned overall of the subsystems and components. So this is typically a depot that would that you'd be able to even do general overhaul, which include the body inspection and the body repairs. So as you can see here, this is a workshop. There's a paint shop. There will be a small workshop for the shunting for the shunting vehicles. The wheel lathe would have a dedicated line itself. Yeah, the wheel lathe would have a dedicated line itself. There'll be workshop, the offices, and basically there are many lines where you can where maintenance can be executed. Okay, and what else that I need to mention here? The AVI is not there because it's quite the relatively new technology, but this is a model depot that really could accommodate a variety of the product, if I may call rolling stock types the product. Let's see if it reacts now. Okay, means that I've got to stop, then move it, go back to the presentation. Okay. Moving forward, this is the display of a typical depot, the staging yard. What I would like to highlight here, more importantly, is that in the modern yards, I mean, I remember when I was still at Rolling Stock at Springfield, the yard had no signaling at all, except at the entrance and the exit of the yard. But in the modern yard, because of the high safety requirements and compliance, so most of the lines are actually signaled. So there's a signal in the yard. But I mean, like, it depends. I think because of the safety compliance, it's very, very important that, the yard also is controlled from the OCC. So as you can see, if you look at this yard layout, it's got 5 lines in the yard and then four lines inside the workshop. And some of the turnouts will see a lot of traffic, simply because of their positions. So, and this process, it is very, very important that it must be optimized for the various maintenance activities into the workshop, because you don't want to make 20 moves, for the inspection. So the way the trains are staged when they are pulled out of service, there's a science in it, and also the way that the trains are moved into the workshop. So that's very, very, very important. Okay. Now it's working. Okay. All right. So then the future is that moving forward, so for all the rolling stock depots that will be upgraded or built from scratch, the facilities will always be shared, and the facilities and resources. So it's no longer a customized depot for one product. So it's going to have to be a depot for various products, and you need to. And as the rolling stock management, you need to have the ability to change over the facilities to accommodate another product. I think Toyota Production Systems, they're doing that very well, so we can learn from them as well. And then the outsourced critical components repair and overhauls, normally they are sent to the OEM supported entities, which should not be far located from the depot. And in most cases, they set up the repair facility inside the depot that promotes efficiency and shorter turnaround time, when components need to be repaired. And then the third one is a very important point, the agility to meet customer demand. I mean, in the Gautrain, as you know, Tsapo has mentioned that the punctuality is 99% on average for the past 10 years. Yes, we do have problems, but on average, it's the system in terms of punctuality has achieved quite a lot. So, and there must be the ability to respond to customer demand. I mean, I remember the other year, out of the, I wouldn't say out of the blue, but it looks like the city of Joburg planned for the repair of the bridges starting on a certain day. And on that Monday, I think on a Tuesday, then we saw a large influx of passengers to the system, and we had to respond quickly to introduce the eight car trains. And because of the agility that is built into the system, we were able to respond to that within the reasonable time frame. Okay, and then also as part of your design and part of the operations, achieving the high levels of availability and punctuality, it's crucial, and that is normally underpinned by high reliability and quality within the operations of the depot itself, such that the mean time between service affecting failures, it's quite, it's optimized. The mean time between failures is also optimized, for the reliability principle that the rolling stock depot has chosen. And the mean time to repair is actually very, very short. That's why I mentioned the location of the OEM maintenance inside the depot itself. And then always there need to be an optimal balance between maintenance cost and service provision. Yes, it's always good to have the ability to react or to respond to the customer demand quicker. However, that comes at a cost. And it's very, very, very important to balance that. In some cases, the service demand, the service provision or the meeting the demand can be increased without incurring much of the cost because during the system design, the RAM studies, that was taken into account that at some point in time, the system will be stretched to almost its limit. So those are very, very, very important matters to consider when designing, a depot, a flexible depot systems. And then the last slide is what happened now. Thank you.
Mr. James Hunt Hawley. He is the CEO of Traction. He has an extensive experience in the rail industry. He used to be with Grindrod at some point in time, and he got appointed as the CEO of Grindrod Rail. And then ultimately he ended up at Shetlam, and then which then rebranded. Maybe he'll explain why he rebranded. I always worry when people rebrand. Mr. Hawley, your stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, everybody. Deputy Minister, Chair of the RSR, DG Makai Pia, any other dignitaries, and most importantly, our fellow rail colleagues out in the market. I represent Traction, previously Shelton. We rebranded a few years ago, and we felt, Chair, that we needed some more energy into the company, and that was the reason why we rebranded. We are a private rail operator. We currently operate in 8 countries across the continent, and we are turning 35 years old on the 25th of October this year. So we have been around in the market for a long time, and we do plan to be in the market for a long time to come. The opportunity to talk about maintenance today was one that I really jumped at. And that's because I believe that maintenance stands at the heart of any successful railway business. And if you don't maintain your infrastructure, your business will definitely fail. It is as certain as death and taxes that if you do not maintain your infrastructure, your business will definitely fail. And I think we have to recognize that we are facing something of a maintenance crisis in South Africa's rail industry and in many African rail environments outside of South Africa too. And it's therefore something that can't be more important. And I think it is something that we really do need to focus on. So just before I start with my presentation, Chair, you said something at the start which really resonates with me as well, and that is the enabling impact of what we do in the railways, which is so important. You spoke about the commuter side, which is absolutely and fundamentally right, but on the other side, on the freight environment, it's very true too. It's not about what we do in the freight railways, it's about what we unlock upstream for the upstream economy. We could invest in R1 billion of trains. It would be a wonderful investment into R1 billion of trains. That's about 5 train sets of 50 wagon flatbed trains. We would employ about 100 highly skilled people to run those trains. Brilliant, outstanding. But the upstream benefit, the economic benefit upstream is what's really actually exciting. Unlocking a new copper mine in the DRC, for example, with that investment, or in South Africa, with that investment, could unlock R1 billion of trains, unlocks a 10 billion rand investment into a mine. 100 jobs on trains unlocks thousands and thousands of jobs in a mine. And that's the enabling impact of the railways, as you said. So onto the impact of maintenance. So I'm just going to touch on a couple of things. I've developed a real life example, and it's very simple, very easy to follow, and I hope it gets the message across. But we'll look at the impact on cash flows, the impact on customer cash flows, the asset residual value considerations, and then reputational and other issues. Okay, so as the saying goes, maintenance is very much about penny wise and being pound foolish. So what does locomotive maintenance cost, as an example? Okay, so the estimated locomotive cost is about $350 per locomotive per day. And this is a real life example that I've taken from one of our operations outside of South Africa. That includes everything associated with maintenance, except for critical component failure. Okay, there's no provision for critical component failure within that number. Okay, but it's more or less right. And here's a worked example. If we consider a train with 2 locomotives, the tons hauled per train, about 2,160, the distance traveled, 2,000 kilometers, tariff per train, rail tariff per ton, about $80, and the trips per month, just 4, okay? So what does that translate into revenue? Well, the revenue per train should be about $691,000, 2 locomotives. That breaks down to $345,000 per locomotive. Now, what are some maintenance benchmarks that we can work off? If we look at world-class maintenance services, we can say about 94%. Modern locomotives these days, you're getting even higher, but that's because the OEMs are pushing the maintenance intervals further and further. So, but let's say 94%. That means you're operating at 100% because 6% of the time you should be maintaining your locomotives. Normal contractual threshold is about 90%. That means you're assuming your locomotives are going to be broken down 4% of the time. Okay, and then let's use a poor maintenance threshold where your locomotives are down about 20%, 19% in this example. Okay, so show me the money. At 100%, availability of the train, we're producing 100% revenue. Okay, you can see at 96% availability, we lose 4% of our revenue, and 81% we're losing 19% revenue. What does that actually practically mean? It means that just 4% downtime on a real life train, traveling only about 8,000 kilometers a month. The 4% downtime costs you in revenue the same as a month's maintenance. Just the 4% downtime is the same as a month's maintenance. In other words, that means that maintenance would have been free if you didn't have just 4% downtime. Okay? In the poor maintenance scenario at 80%, okay? And remember, a lot of locomotive leases are actually contracted at 80% availability. You have got 4 months of revenue sacrifice worth of maintenance on just 20% downtime. Okay, now that's the real cost of poor maintenance. It's the revenue that impacts, it's that revenue cost onto operators. And remember that we are in a fixed cost game. The capital cost of our business are huge. Our salary costs are huge. Our fixed costs are what hit us first. It's only the last few trains of the month where we actually make our cash. And those last few trains of the month is what this is really, really hurting. So maintenance costs are absolutely critical. But now, if we take it, of course, to a fleet, you can see the costs become across a fleet of 20 locomotives. Just 4% downtime across a fleet of 20 locomotives is going to be costing more than $200,000 of cash every single month. But now, let's put ourselves into our customers' shoes. Remember that freight lost is sales foregone, okay? And that's to the customer upstream. Mines typically operate in extremely constrained transport logistics markets. If one transport avenue fails, they don't have the opportunity to go to a whole bunch of others. If we look at another worked example, if we assume that copper is at $6,000 a ton, which is a very low price, remember that it's been above $9,000 a ton for most of this year, it has come back a bit recently. Same example, 2,160 tons a train. The value per train is a staggering $13 million per train. Now, the loss to the mine is about $1.7 million per month at 96% availability. Just 4% lost trains costs that to the mine. At 20% lost availability, you're looking at more than $7 million per month of cost to the upstream mine. And we live that in South Africa as well. This is not only an African example, we live it in South Africa as well, where we see the lost opportunity of trains not getting to the port. But then we can also take this a step further and we can say, what about the asset values? And remember, you don't buy assets, we buy a maintenance history. The integrity of your asset comes down to what maintenance has been done on that asset over its life. We buy assets for 30 to 50 years in this industry. And it comes down to the integrity of that asset comes down to the maintenance that is done on that asset. An engine will cost $550,000. So the poor maintenance cost is not only into the lost revenue. It's not only what we're doing to our customers, it's also fundamentally undermines our critical asset base. And of course, while locomotives retain their assets, their value very well. So who loses the most? And it's of course the rail industry as a whole. Unreliable freight movements move volumes to road. Customers do not invest in rail-friendly loading and offloading facilities if they lose faith in the integrity of the rail services that we as operators provide. Commercial credit lines dry up. Banks are no longer willing to fund our industry if we don't maintain our assets and then provide a good service and generate the revenues that fund those banks' debt. And ultimately, what we find is that the governments start to neglect the legislation that favors the rail industry and focus time onto road solutions instead of focusing time onto rail solutions. And everything in our industry comes back to maintenance. Thanks very much.
Thank you. And that is an incredible presentation, short, direct, and exact to the point. It all comes down to maintenance. Man, if they had told me that 25 years ago, man, the railways would be running properly. But let's continue. Two ladies said to me they're going to do a duet. Why are you intimidating?
Oh,
okay.
Just ask everybody to put their questions online.
Okay, all right. So I forgot to do the deed. So please put your questions online. We will deal with them, I promise you. I have enough time in reserve for us to deal with questions. They said to me at Gibela, they do it in twos. I said, how do you do that? This is what do they call it? But they said, no, we are ladies, we can do whatever we want. So my next two speakers are from Gibela. We saw Kamatsani and Doli Matebula from Gibela. Just to introduce them as they walk up to the stage. You know, you're getting old when you take your glasses off to look at the paper that's near. Wisa is a seasoned civil engineer and engineering technologies with 22 years experience, both in public and private experience. She will not talk about the fact that she created eco-mobility in Santien, but we will forgive her for that. And then Dolly is a professionally registered mechanical engineer over 15 years experience. And in the first few years, she worked in the power industry, so she's responsible for ESCOM. And it was in turbines, exactly where the ESCOM is failing. So it was in turbines. Thank you, Dolly, and thank you for load shedding. Welcome, ladies.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon, Deputy Minister. Good afternoon, Board Chair. Good afternoon, Department of Transport, colleagues from the railway industry. We are very happy to be here today and to speak to you about rolling stock maintenance. Our focus is slightly different from the first speaker from the Gautrain. We are going to look more into rolling stock preservation. So we're going to talk to you around the tools that we have that we are using for the train that we are manufacturing and maintaining for our customer, PRASA. Just to introduce the product a little bit. So we have a 6-car train that we are manufacturing in Nigel in Dunota. We started manufacturing in 2018. And we, at the same time in 2016, started a passenger rail services in Pienaarsport with our customers. So our train is made of about 145 tons of locally produced steel. And it is designed to go up to 120 kilometers in terms of speed. And also it's made of about 90% of recyclable components and it can take about 1,200 passengers. This is the split between sitting capacity as well as standing capacity on the train. We provide 2 services to PRASA. One is manufacturing, and the second one that we're going to speak of is services, so mainly maintenance. So the main the main focus in maintenance is to make sure that the train is available to the customer. We ensure vehicle availability. Our stats are 90% train availability. We know the bar has been set very high by the Gautrain. We will catch up. But at the same time, we have a fully packaged service that we give to the customer to ensure that we drive down maintenance costs. And we also have a 2-year warranty period after manufacturing, where we look after the train with the support of the OEMs that we have that are supporting us in the country. Then at the same time, we ensure that the spares are of quality, and the repairs and overhaul, which is level 4 maintenance, we also do as part of our service. So the product is designed for 40 years, and our contract will run for a period of 19 years where we're supporting the customer. Coupled to the service that we provide is also to ensure that we train the customer so that the customer is able to do the maintenance on their own. So in terms of our footprint, we have an order of 600 trains. These trains will be distributed into the provinces that you see on the screen. We've got about 202 trains that will be distributed in the Gauteng South, which will be the maintenance depot that is responsible for that, which is going to be developed very soon to comply to our product, is the Braamfontein depot, as well as the Penrose depot. Then we have 62 trains that are operating from Gauteng North, that are operating from Wolmatin depot. And then in KZN, we will have 107 trains that are both in Springsville depot and Durban Yard. And in the Eastern Cape is a different product and a different design, we are currently busy as our product development to look into this train because it's kind of it's a long distance train which will compose of ablution facilities as well. We have not really gone too far in terms of designing. Here in the Western Cape, we'll have 197 trains. And what you see on the screen, the red is the level 4 component repair services that we do to the customer, where we are looking, we remove the component from the train, it's sent to the maintenance, to the service center, we repair, we overhaul the component, we send it back to the depot so that we can make that part of the float for the spares. We also support the customer with the control room. So the control room is where we have different tools where we're able to in real time monitor the train, its performance, and the tracks as well. Dolly will talk into that in terms of the tools that we use. And because we have a national footprint, we will also have small repair centers that are here in the Western Cape, as well as in KZN. So right now I'll hand over to Dolly. She will take you through all the tools that we use to preserve the train and to ensure that the train reaches design life for 40 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Afternoon. So I'm going to introduce us to the products that Gibela has to support in terms of maintenance efficiency and support the customer in terms of operation optimization. I'm just going to jump right into it. The first product is eCatalog. So eCatalog is an electronic technical manual that you can interact with. It is readily available on your laptop, on your tablet, on your phone. It is very quick and very easy. It makes sure that all the service information that you need is right at the palm of your hand, and you can basically maneuver yourself around it. And this is how we see it. You can, let's give it time, I hope. Is it able to play? Is it able to play? Can you please press play? Apologies. Technology does not allow. Very unfortunate. You can move basically from the train into the car that you want and the subsystem that you're working on. And if a maintainer is interested in any subsystem, you immediately have all the documentation that you need. eCatalog does not just host maintenance instructions or corrective instructions. It can go as far as having your operating manuals, your training documentation, the regime that the customer needs to follow, troubleshooting guides, everything right at the palm of the tablet that you have. It's actually quite a beautiful tool and you can access it wherever that you are. The next product that Gibela has is basically Web Portal. So Web Portal is a tool that we use to support, assist, monitor, and collaborate with our customer. It basically just makes technical support very, very easy. And it gives all the database and the charts and dashboards that the customer needs, and they can also be changed according to the customer needs. It has different workspaces and few of them are basically shown, as you can see. We can have all the bulletins or alerts. So if there's a technical bulletin that needs to be shared, the Web Portal workspace can actually host that. All the requests that the customer needs, whether it can be face-to-face or online, or they are also available. The training documentation is also available. Project workspace, space ordering, and most important, eCatalog web. So instead of having eCatalog just on a laptop, you can actually go into a web page and access it. How then does it work? The customer can have access directly into Web Portal. If they need technical support on the depot, they can also have that from Gibela, and the local support will then log all the faults that the customer needs. If ever there's a hotline and the customer is running and they need to basically unblock service, all that will also be fed into the Web Portal. And all the workspaces that have been mentioned in terms of technical support, training, REMS documentation, can then be accessed by the back office. And once the customer goes into the tool and on the portal, the information and the dashboards will be readily available at that point in time. The next tool that we're going to look at, which is very, very interesting, is our modes system. Our modes is just a network of intelligent wireless sensors. And all that they do, obviously, is for the railway industry. They just capture the vibration signature of the machines, and immediately through the accelerometer, they will then trigger all the analysis that are tailored for the maintainer. What is good about this is just a prognostic and health management approach. So you don't have to maintain or do your replacement simply because at train level, that is what the original equipment manufacturer says. You basically use the sensors, you track the behavior, and then based on the vibrations that the modes will be giving us at that point in time, where the failures are, then you only replace those components. It is mainly used on the bearings in that regard. So if we look at a bogie, the bearing life, 720,000 kilometers, you need to do a replacement, or you look at a gearbox or the motor, 1.4 kilometers, you need to do a replacement. The bogie, the modes will have that analysis for you, and you'll only be able to replace for a bogie that impacted axle. And then for the gearbox, only those impacted bearings. As a result, not only do you save in terms of material and labor costs, but at least you know that you don't have to maintain or do your replacement at train level. You now go down to a lower level in terms of doing your replacement at component level. So there's different types of modes. There are modes that Gibela has. What we have currently are the local ones that you cannot take to commercial service. However, you do have modes that can be installed that the train is able to run commercial service, and you just do the monitoring. So it really does depend on the appetite of the customer in terms of what type of modes will they like to have. The next product is basically Track Tracer. Please apologize. I apologize for the title. So Track Tracer is an infrastructure monitoring tool, and it also makes use of accelerometer sensors, and it has cameras, and all that it does, it looks at the condition of the track. So you can have a look at the cant, you can have a look at a twist, and you can also look at the corrugation, basically the vibrations based on the condition of the track. So it has the data acquisition, as you see on the first three blocks. It is the box itself, it is the cameras and all the connections. Once Track Tracer has been installed on a train, it really does depend on the maintenance strategy that the customer would like to use. You don't have to install the tool in each and every single car. You can just use a plug and play methodology. So you just make sure that your train has all the wiring, the antennas necessary, and you just move Track Tracer from one car to the other. And depending on the rail that you'd like to check, you can just unplug Track Tracer, plug it on the next train, let it run, and then you do the monitoring. And as a result, you see the data management and transmission of that information can be then transported, and all the dashboards and the analysis that the customer is interested in, they can basically have a look at. We have a few results where Track Tracer has been used, and under normal circumstances, we know that we always like to keep our rail at an A standard and definitely try as much as possible to avoid the C standard. And Track Tracer is then able to locate the condition of the track. You are able to go view, have a look, and then at least work or repairs can then be done. The other product that Gibela offers is basically the Mini-Prof, and this, I think most of us in the room are quite familiar with it. And this is now looking at the flange geometry. As we know, we have a wheel life of 720, basically 1,000 kilometers. And here, you can look at your flange height depicted there by the SH, the flange in terms of the SD, and the angle that is depicted by the QR. We do this measurement very much often, and this is just a demonstration purposes, simply because of results that were taken way back, and we're just using it. So once you have done all these measurements, at least you have an idea in terms of where your geometry of your wheel is, and you can now plan to cut the wheel just on the wheel flange. So this is also one of the technologies, and I know, and I've seen that some of our colleagues will be talking about wheel management. Hopefully they will get into the laser part of this tool as well. The other part, or one of the product that Gibela also offers is our centralized fleet management. Here, we are able to communicate, or to track rather, all the information by the rolling stock that the train environment operates under. We keep it on our diagnostic database, CFM as the title says, and then we are able to put it on our rule engine. And then instantly, you are able to see all the communication, all the information that the train communicates. If you use SAP, you can basically through the rule engine communicate information. If you are logging faults, you are doing service orders, you can basically interchange the data between our SAP and our rule engine. The example that we'd like to show is basically this type of a dashboard where you can see your trains, where they're located, the regions that you're in, the alerts, the fleet health, the fleet usage, and so much more. The other part as well, this is just an example, all the way from Cape Town, I think, to Windhoek, you are able as well to look at the pound to bounces analysis that your photographs are basically exposed to. Obviously, when you have this type of data, you need to understand the condition of your track. If your track splits or it diverges, you are exposed to see a couple of pound to bounces. You go under a bridge, I think you can expect that you have insulations on your line. You can expect to see pound to bounces, but our data is able to share that, and the customer is able then to go and have a look and see what the areas that are impacted are. The other part still on the CFM is we are able to support, as an example, the customer on the timetable. So if we look at a Mabopane to Pretoria line in the morning and and vice versa, it's easier then based on the passenger count that the customer can then look and say, maybe at a certain station, I am able to put or station a train there to pick up the passengers because of the high volumes, or I'm able to station the train somewhere else, and then on a certain line, you can just collect the number of passengers. So that way, the timetable that the customer uses can then be impacted. So this, in a nutshell, is just a few of the products that Gibela is offering in that regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dolly. You redeemed yourself, left with 1 minute. The guys from Bombela, did you hear her? She said you don't have to rely on the manufacturer's manuals. You must learn something from the guys from PRASA. But ladies, thank you for I thought it was a sales presentation, but it worked out well. In you telling us a lot about what the future of rail is. But what is important in what the two ladies said is that not only have we bought, and I'm speaking to Mr. DeVos here, Mr. DeVos, when I saw you, when she started saying portal, cell phone, man, you saw jobs disappearing. What she's telling you is that we're creating better jobs in the railway sector. And that is if you take one thing away from this conversation, is that the maintainer of the future will be very highly literate will be, rely on technology quite a lot. And for that, I thank the two ladies for what do they call it, for bringing up the issue, because as we renew and rebuild and revive and create resilience in what do they call it in the railway sector, we must create better jobs. Not the old ones from the South African transport services. But that is not my job to do that. Mr. Stephen, I hope I don't butcher the surname, Cervello from Lucini. They are my wheel manufacturers for the Gautrain and also for various vehicles. He graduated in aeronautics engineers of all things, from Politecnico di Milano. Is Mr. Cervello online?
Yes, good afternoon.
I hope I didn't butcher your surname, sir. Welcome.
Sorry, do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can
Okay,
you hear?
very good. Yeah, very good. Shall I go?
Yes, continue.
So thank you and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will make a presentation this afternoon about wheelset maintenance best practice solutions to ensure safety and increase efficiency. So here you see the summary. I will start speaking about some things about service and environment conditions that are influencing the wheelset behavior, wheelset damage modes, and then some diagnostic techniques, conventional, but also some innovative diagnostic techniques that can enable condition-based maintenance, which is a solution to be able to ensure safety and at the same time reducing cost and making the railway more efficient. So let's start looking at what happens on wheel sets, which are actually the most critical component for safety in a vehicle. First of all, we can say that in narrow curves, we can have more critical conditions for the wheels, but also irregularities on the rails, and also the so-called third layer, body layer, which is compound on the rails due to leaves and water, which reduce the friction, or sand, which is on the other side, increasing very much the friction. So what can happen to the wheel? Well, we can have wear, and we have distinguished here between flange wear, and then afterwards we will see tread wear. And when we have a flange wear, which is typically happening around the narrow curves, we have an issue related to the reprofiling, because if we wait too much during the service time and the flange gets worn too much, then when we go to the reprofiling, we will need to machine away a lot of material on the tread before we are able to reach a new profile. So this is an issue to be taken into account during maintenance or inspections of the wheel sets. Another issue is the damages that can happen on the rolling surface, mainly related to wear and the rolling contact fatigue. And here we can have ratcheting, which is meaning small cracks growing from the surface, or spalling, which is a removal of small pieces of material, or shelling, so that's a removal from the depth due to cracks starting in the subsurface position, or from defects inside the ring. Another kind of damage that we can have on the wheel is the wear, or the hollow wear, so-called, which is typically happening on straight lines or in presence of high friction, like also sand can be. So what happens is that we have a wear which is concentrated on the tread, and the consequence there is that the conicity of the wheel is increasing, and the hunting instability can happen on the wheel. The wheel set has a resonance frequency which makes the wheel set move in the lateral direction, in both directions. And this frequency will be reduced when the conicity is increasing, meaning that at a higher speed, the train would suffer of hunting instability, and this results in high vibration in the vehicle. So let's look a little bit about some parameters that are regulating wear and rolling contact fatigue. So in this diagram on the bottom right, we are looking at the wear rate as a function of the T gamma, where T is the tangential load at the contact between the wheel and the rail. Gamma is the slip, the micro slip, which is the relative movement that we have between the wheel and the rail at the contact patch. So by increasing this value, what we can see in this diagram on the right is that the wear rate is increasing, but in the second region, we have an increasing of delamination and severe wear. And if we further increase this, we will get into crack propagation from the surface and detachment of material. So we can say that the gamma, which is the slip between the wheel and the rail, will be increasing during curving due to the lateral clippage. These are the loads that are generated due to this relative slip that we have between the wheel and the rail. In this case, in curving, also in lateral direction. And also the longitudinal creepage that we have due to the fact that the rails have different length, and so we also have a creepage in the longitudinal direction. In general, we can say also that the gamma will increase due to the braking and the traction. And the normal condition, we can say where will be the parameter that limits the life of the wheel. Of course, if we get into cracks like we are seeing here, the life will be limited even more. So if we want to reduce the wear, we must improve the bogie design, improving the steering, but we can also work on the material, looking at harder steel grades that can reduce the wearing. Now, when we look at stresses inside the rim, let's say at the contact, at the rolling surface, but also in the subsurface area, we can see that the highest shear stress when we have a vertical load applying on the wheel is located some millimeters inside under the rolling surface. And it's increasing if we increase the vertical load of the wheel. But if we introduce also tangential forces due to traction or to creepage forces, we will move and increase the shear stress towards the rolling surface area. And that's where that's when we could suffer of surface cracks growing from the rolling surface, called ratcheting. And if we consider then that we have high levels of cycle shear, this will result in an accumulation of plastic deformation and eventually, again, rolling contact fatigue cracks growing from the rolling surface. In Lucchini, we have this kind of diagram that you see here on the right, which is classifying all the steel grades that are existing. In the upper side, we can see the European steel grades, and in the bottom side, the AAR steel grades, which are typically harder and used for higher vertical loads, and typically used in the heavy haul wheel sets. Together with these standard steel grades, you can see also version of Lucchini, the specific steel grades that have been developed during the years in order to improve some characteristics. I would go here just to show you a classification of our steel grades. And for instance, the APLOS, it's these are standard steel grades that have been improved in their mechanical characteristics, remaining inside the European standard or AR standard. When we look at the specific steel grades developed by Lucchini, we have this SuperLOS, which was developed in order to reduce the rolling contact fatigue and and increase very much the life of the wheel. And this is a steel grade that we are offering every time we have wheel rolling counter fatigue. And the other steel grades are specific for low temperatures. Standalloys, for instance, is specific for high sand conditions in which the friction coefficient increases very much. And Hyperos is more for thread braked wheels. So it's a very tough material in order to be able to stand better the higher temperature conditions. I will just go back a little bit and complete let's say the damaging features that conditions that we can have on wheels. And here we are looking at thread braked wheels. And in this case, we can have thermo cracks from the rolling surface. And they are typical happening when we have a overheating of the wheel during the braking condition, and which is modifying the residual stresses that we have in the rim. So we must consider that in the rim, we have at the production stage, we have introduction of circumferential residual stresses, which are in compression. And they are in compression in order to stop the propagation of cracks inside the rim. And but of course, if we have overheating of the wheel, these residual stresses can be modified. And so we can have the generation of small cracks on the surface. What is important is that these cracks shall not propagate further inside the rim. And for that, we still need some compressive stresses more in the depth in the rim, but also we need a high toughness material. And the typical values that we must consider for thread braking are values which should be higher than 80 megapascal for square meter. And square root meter, sorry. But also the design is important. And in the next slide, we will see something about that. In order to identify conditions in which the wheels have been overheated during the braking due to a malfunction or a failure of the braking system, so that the shoe brake will remain stuck on the wheel, for instance, there is a possibility to use this thermosensitive coating that will peel off when the temperature of the wheel exceeds 300 degrees. And this is a possibility. This tells us that this wheel could have lost these residual stresses that were introduced during the production. Let's go to see how the wheels are validated for thread brake application. So here in this drawing, we are looking at the Sura wheel, which is the Lucchini patent thread braked wheel, which was designed according to the EN standard 13979, and it was validated through calculation and test, a full-scale braking test. Particularly, the test that we have to go through is a 10 drag braking test with a 50 kilowatt power at a constant speed of 60 kilometers per hour for 45 minutes. And we have some requirements to be fulfilled. And these are the maximum displacement of the rim, the lateral displacement of the rim during the braking, which shall be in +3 and -1 millimeter. And after the cooling of the wheel, this residual lateral movement shall be between +1.5 and -0.5 millimeter, which is a very strict range. And also the residual stresses after this test shall be below 200 megapascal positive stresses. So what happens is during these thread brakes is that the compressive stress will gradually grow, but it shall not be higher than 200 megapascal, because this would become dangerous for the safety of the wheel. Here you see a picture of the test during the test. And for a heavy haul application, we have a specific design of Sura for a 36-inch wheel and a 32-ton axle load. I mentioned before residual stresses in the rim, which is a very important parameter for the wheel. And these residual stresses can be measured, and the equipment that is used to measure these residual stresses is called AMAT. And you see here a picture of this measurement being done by this special ultrasound probe, which is generating two ultrasound waves in the lateral direction from one side to the other of the rim. And the system is measuring the difference in time flight of these two sound waves. These two waves are orthogonal. One is, let's say, orientated in the circumferential direction, and the other is orientated in the radial direction. And the first one will be influenced by the circumferential compressive stresses in the rim. So by measuring the difference between these two wavelengths, waves time, we can let's say, estimate the stresses, the residual stresses in the rim. This measurement can be done on new wheels, but also it can be done during service condition. So I will go on with the presentation. And let's say that we have also an issue related to environment. We can have a salt environment or snow, which can also influence the behavior of the wheel set in service. And here we can have an idea of axle damages that we can have. And typically we have damages related to the coating, which is not able to protect anymore the wheel set from the humidity. And so we have generation of corrosion. We can have pitting and consequent corrosion fatigue cracks that can be seen by magnetic inspection, and but also during service we usually check axles with ultrasounds in order to verify the presence of cracks which are propagating inside the axle. Of course, all this is done in order to get to arrive to this situation in which we have complete breakage of the axle. We can have some other critical damages in the wheel sets, and these are related to failures in the bearings. We have an overheating of the bearings here, and this can result in a very critical situation in which the journal will heat so much that it will also break down. So in order to reduce completely this possibility, bearing producers are defining intervals, mileage intervals at which a bearing shall be overhauled. And that means that we need to stop the train and change the bearings at a certain mileage. When we look at the maintenance manual, we can refer to this EN standard, EN 15313, which is the maintenance standard, which defines conventional inspections and the requirements. And typically we have these intervals, 30,000 kilometers for simple inspections, 250,000 kilometers more complex inspection, and at 1 million, for example, we have the heavy maintenance. And typically at the 30,000 kilometers, we will inspect visually the wheel in order to check for small defects on the rolling surface. And at the higher interval, we will perform an ultrasound inspection. And at the same time, we will also perform profile measurements of the wheel rolling surface in order to check the wearing of the wheel and decide when it's time to reprofile the wheel. Finally, at heavy maintenance, we will be replacing the wheels with new ones because we have worn them completely. And sorry, here you see some equipment that is used in order to perform these measurements. A simple manual caliper, which gives us the typical dimensions of the rim, and an optical laser device, which provides the complete profile of the wheel. And by knowing the complete profile of the wheel, we can also evaluate much better where the wear is concentrating and build up some models that tells us when we will reach a condition after which we need to make the profile. And we can also use these models in order to optimize when to make the profile timing so that the wheel could last longer. And this depends very much, for instance, if the wear is concentrating on the flange, for instance, or on the thread. When we look at the axle, we also make a visual inspection in order to check surface defects. And we perform ultrasound with these bore probes. This is typical for passenger trains or high-speed trains. And when it comes a time for heavy maintenance, we will also perform the magnetic inspection of the surface in order to check also for very small defects on the rolling surface, on the external surface of the axle. Just 2 words about ultrasound inspection. I mentioned that it can be manual or more automatic. In the case of solid axles, we have this conventional manual method, which is quite time consuming and is relying very much on the operator capability. We have some new solutions like this automatic rotating phased array probe from the axle head is able, with a special machining of the axle head in order to get a blind hole on the bottom. From this bottom surface, it's possible to inspect much better the axle and inspect in particular with one probe the journal and the collar, and with a second probe the seat and the half of the body, and then repeat the inspection from the other side. And the system will record the inspection so that it can be seen also from the maintenance manager, for instance. And in this picture, you can see artificial defects being detected in different sections of the axle. When it comes to condition-based monitoring, we can consider, first of all, wayside monitoring devices, which are able to detect high vibration on the track due to defects of the wheel. So this is a possibility to detect wheels with defects on the rolling surface. We mentioned profile measurements. Okay, we have today solutions to monitor the profile of the wheel while the train is passing by, and this will enable to perform more frequent these measurements and to make a more extensive analysis of the profile being modified during the time. And also the temperature of the bearing can be monitored by wayside devices. But the problem here is that when the high temperature is found, it means that is probably too late for the vehicle, for the bearing, and you need to strongly reduce the speed of the vehicle in order to be safe in a safe condition. The idea is that vibration measurements made directly on the axle box would enable the possibility to identify much better thread damages that are generating vibration, and also hunting instability due to the wearing of the thread, and vibration due to axle which have generated a large crack, and here the possibility to stop the train before we have a breakdown of the axle. This is of course is a very critical situation. Again, for the bearings, if we are monitoring the vibration of the bearing, we will be able to identify much quicker an initial damage in the bearing, and use this information also to have more time to bring the train to the depot and perform the maintenance. And by the way, in Lucchini, we are working already on this kind of solution, monitor the vibration of the wheel set. And we have another solution, which is Smart Set Load, which enables the possibility to monitor the stresses on the axle in order to use this information in the definition of the inspection interval for ultrasound. This is a solution which is already developed and ready on the market, and it's based on a software which calculates the crack propagation in the axle, and from there the possibility to define the intervals of inspection. And in order to perform this kind of calculation, we have a database of material fraction mechanic properties coming from full-scale tests that we perform in our laboratory. And we also need the load spectra measured on the axle for during a long period of time. And this kind of information is coming from a specific device that we can install on the axle permanently, and which will monitor the stresses of the axle. And the third information is the probability of detection of small cracks inside the axle with the specific ultrasound inspection method that is used by the railway. With all the information, we can make this calculation and define the optimal inspection interval. And okay, so as I said, SmartSet is a measuring device which is basically monitoring the loads of the wheel set and enables the possibility to optimize the maintenance periods. And the load data is used to calculate the crack propagation and define the correct intervals. And it can be used also, this data also, to make design validation and also estimation of the damage and using minor criteria, for instance. And also, so you can perform the design validation of the wheelset, but not only of that, also the bogie of the vehicle. And this SmartSet is also able to monitor loads along the line, identifying where the higher loads will appear during the service condition, and with the possibility of identifying the faults along the line, which could be in some cases related to real fault conditions on the line. You can see in these pictures here.
Stephen, let's conclude.
Yes. Okay, I will conclude. Yes.
You've
yes.
run out of time.
Sorry, I will conclude. And this is only a picture of the telemetry module, which is monitoring the stresses. I will go directly to the conclusions. It's only a few slides. Oh, sorry. And so basically what we saw is the different service conditions and environment conditions that can influence the wheelset behavior. We have seen different wheelset damage modes that can be generated by the service conditions, and we have seen how there are different materials that can be used depending on the different conditions. And typically, Lucchini would be able to, starting from the experienced damage mode, suggest steel grade to be used in service in order to improve the behavior. Finally, we have gone through the diagnostic techniques and the conventional methods that are used, and also some innovative solutions that can be used in order to introduce condition-based maintenance criteria in the maintenance plan of the vehicle, but with the possibility of increasing safety and the competitiveness of the railway. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, sir. That's what we call an Italian 20 minutes, that one. It's now time for questions and answers. The two ladies, if you can return on stage. I think you are mic'd up there, or they're bringing you a chair. Okay. All right, let's put up the questions. And while we're doing exactly that, no, Michelle. Okay, so we've got a few questions, but somebody can get a mic to Misela there while we're waiting for the, no, those are yours. Do we have another mic in the room? Do I have another question in the room while I'm waiting for the questions? James, just from my end, do you have the cost structure that you had in rand basis? Okay. What you have on the screen is the wrong thing, is the next event. Can we keep on track? That's not the right. Okay, now that's the questions there. Okay, can I take the one question there?
Hi, my name is Misela Ntako. I am the CEO of the African Rail Industry Association. My question is posed to Mr. Holly. Your presentation was brief, But I wanted to see more meat and applicable to the SA in particular, looking at the Transnet strike, the conditions and the utilization of the infrastructure. Where did we go wrong and how do we fix what is not working properly? Thank you.
Okay, can you take that with us noting that you've got a time constraint?
Marcela, thanks for the question. It's quite strange to be sitting in the table with you asking me a question. Normally I'm listening to you asking other people questions. So maintenance in South Africa, I think if you go back 10 years ago, if you look at the expenditure in Freight Rail, Freight Rail spent 3.4 billion rand on maintenance expenditure in 2012. Freight Rail spent 2.7 billion in 2022. So 746 million, I think was the exact number, less in 2022 than in 2012. And that's obviously not adjusted for inflation. So if you look at what it should have been spent on, it obviously is much, much more. And the problem with maintenance, of course, is if you don't spend a rand today, you can't spend 5 rand you can't spend that rand in 5 years' time. A rand not spent today becomes 5 or 10 rand in 5 years' time because the quality of your infrastructure reduces exponentially. In light of the strike that Marcel is talking about, the cost of the personnel cost in the same period has increased by 6.1 billion rand. So your maintenance expenditure has reduced by 740 million and your personnel costs have gone up by 6.1 billion over the same 10-year period. Kind of puts into perspective where we are in a juncture in our industry at the moment. And what you've got to do, of course, to try and improve your ability to maintain is you've got to get more tons on rail. And we've got to get more people on rail. At the end of the day, that's what it's all about. With more tons and more people, you can generate more income from in order to be able to absorb this massive maintenance cost. And remember, we've got gigantic network in South Africa. Our network is even slightly bigger than the famous Deutsche Bahn network in Germany. So we've got a huge network, and associated with that is a massive maintenance burden. I hope that answers the question.
All right, going back to the board, the first question we will be here and the drinks will get warm outside, but I'll get to it a little bit later. The two ladies, to you guys, are there immediate risks that emanate with regarding to training customers to conduct maintenance themselves? Or would this ensure maintenance efficiency? I think that comes to you, ladies, from the closer lady, Anino Mwazi. Yes. So you didn't know that Anonymous is a, what do they call it? It's a closer weight. Anino Mwazi. It's the same thing. You won't know him. Okay.
I think what I did not explain when I was doing my presentation is that our contract is called a TSSA. So we provide technical support and spare supply to the customer. So we don't do maintenance ourselves. So in the technical support and supplies agreement, we make sure that the industrial tools are defined, the maintenance regime is defined, and we make sure that we support the customer during maintenance. So the first part of the maintenance training that we do, so our regime is time-based, mileage-based, as well as on condition. So what we do as first part of our training is to introduce the product and also to onboard the customer in terms of the regime, the time-based maintenance regime. So every 2 months, the train is due for maintenance. So the customer does that. And on our side, we provide the spares. We make sure that the tooling that is used for maintenance is compliant to our product. The second part of training is the corrective maintenance. In this part of training, we teach fault finding, remove and replace. And so that takes a little bit longer. And what we do, once the customer is competent on preventative maintenance, then we work side by side with the customer, and then we get into the program where we transfer the skill in terms of corrective maintenance. And then the customer is then certified. In that case, then the customer can do. But at the same time, with the three regimes that I've defined, we have a responsibility towards the warranty obligation, the 2 years in which the train has just been produced, for us to do the corrective maintenance ourselves. But our contract is a technical support and spare supply to the customer. Then in terms of component repairs, I'll just respond to that as well. So the off-train maintenance is done by Gibela. So we have operators that we will teach on the make strategy. So there are some components that are make for us. So in that instance, our operators will be trained for 6 months by the OEM. The OEM will transfer the skill, transfer the technology, and then our operators will then do that. So also, that is also a time-based regime for us to either overhaul, repair, and replace the components. Thank you.
Thank you. Tony, the first question there, is there technology that for OHTE similar to the track tracer?
Okay, yes. So on our product, our train, we do have a technology, ADD, the automatic drop detector. And the minute you see an ADD where your catenary is unable to sustain itself, you know that there is a problem. Whether other rolling stock products have it, I think maybe the audience can support. But yes, the ADD is the one that the EMU, the Extrapolis Mega, has.
Okay. On the Bombardier train, we also have the infrared camera that scans the entire line and can be able to check all of that. Can the thing be scrolled up? I'll get back to this other question. Can you scroll down? There was another question about the track tracer down on the bottom. Can the track tracer be installed on a locomotive?
Definitely yes, but there's modification that needs to be done on the underframe to basically hold the box itself and to be able to put the antenna as well. So with modifications, it is possible. The space that's allowable, maybe I might not have those details, but yes, it is possible.
I think this is a question for you, Stephen. In the past, we've seen emerging trends of derailments from wheel cracks. How effective is the mode, there is your, sorry, in detecting defects on web and wheel?
Regarding the wheel cracks, it's not really the best to use modes. In that regard, I think rather stay on the mini prof. Do the measurements on the wheel. It is always safe. Not another alternative, but the next advice is, as much as the wheel profile or the measurements are done linked to mileage, if we already know that there's a problem on the track, it's highly recommended that the measurements not be linked to mileage, but rather time. So if the design says every month your train, as per your mission profile, will reach 10,000 kilometers. Rather, if you do your wheel measurements every 20,000 kilometers, switch that then to 2 months. That way, at least you have more data to see the wear rate on your wheels in that regard, other than having to rely on the modes. I think the mini prof might actually be the best tool to use in terms of wheel wear.
Okay. It's now the point where we get back to that question. Any other related items, not general. What is that question that was there about what would happen? How do we get back to maintenance when we have to replace everything? I don't know. It's a philosophical question. Anybody willing to venture into it? Mr. Makatini, from the one end in Gauteng, are you willing to weigh in on that idea? I think Mr. Mek has gone for a tea break without consulting me. Anybody, James?
I think it comes down to a lot of the spate of theft that we've seen has come down to utilization. I think there's, as we've seen the passenger numbers drop and we've seen the freight numbers drop, we're seeing the theft numbers increase. So I think the first thing that we need to do is again focus back onto how do we get more passengers onto into coaches and how do we get more tons onto trains. And I think the Department of Transport has done an outstanding job in releasing the new National Rail Policy, which was approved by Cabinet on the 25th of March. I think it's got some groundbreaking reforms and for the rail industry. And I think they've set the rail industry onto a path that will truly transform the rail industry to one that is enormously generative for the economy and is going to bring those tonnages onto trains, and it's going to bring people into coaches. And if we can see the implementation of that, I think you're going to find that those volumes increase. And then the next thing you can look at is the RBCT line, where there's the public-private partnership between Transnet and the industry has translated, I believe, to an 85% reduction in the cable theft incidences on the RBCT line, and that's using intelligent drone technology. I think that's also a very good example of what can be done where the will really exists to collaborate between private sector and public sector. And between the two of them, I think we can find some real lasting solutions.
Thank you. In true Gautrain operating speed and what do they call it, and accuracy, I'd like to thank you all for being on stage. It's now for me to get on to the next part of what do they call it of the program. The voting for the, what do they call it, for the best speaker. Am I the one who's doing this or are you doing? Okay, you handle that.
You can't take my whole job.
Okay.
But I will ask you to please stay on stage. So
okay.
We do have gifts for all of you who are here present. Unfortunately, for those who are presenting virtually, we will share a like on whatever page you'd like us to. But I would require a little bit of assistance from some of the RSR executive to just hand out some gifts to our esteemed guests here. But a round of applause, please, for everybody for all of their presentations. I believe that when I was handing out some of the gifts earlier, I might not have been the best looking person to do that. So we've asked Madeleine to try and help out and just make sure that it doesn't look as awkward as if I'm standing next to people. All right, so please, here are our gifts. I think with an event like this, there's nothing better to end off the day than to have some real, a sort of a token of appreciation for all of the efforts that have gone to, before us. And I think it's really fantastic. The paparazzi want their pictures, please. We need smiling, we need hugging. Picture taken. All right, one more. And while we're doing the gift giving, let's also give another round of applause, please. Now remember, at this point as well, if you haven't also gotten your own personal pictures, this will go up on your mantelpieces at home. It's a very momentous occasion. Picture is good. Thank you, everybody. So we've asked you throughout the day to please make sure you send through your questions. And most importantly, what we do have is a poll where we're asking you, our adoring public, to vote on the best presenters for the day. So if you haven't done so, let's take our phones out, let's go to that page, and let's start our voting process. You've got about a minute. I know that the polls are live because I've started to see the numbers go up and up and up. Luckily for me, you can't see who's in the lead, but I can try and do it a bit like horse racing. Who wants to hear that? Coming up in the middle straight, we've got Yapman Dalter. I'm terrible at that, sorry. They're gonna kick me back out of Cape Town and send me back to Joburg. But you should see everybody's names there. Unfortunately, we split the difference between Vuyiswa and Dolly and theirs, but don't worry, they can also still win. Okay, I'll still give you another 30 seconds or so. If you're just signing into the app, you've really been wasting your time all day. You've got to be playing on there, sending us questions and stuff. I can see some sharing of homework on this side. Who did you pick? No, that tall guy. I promise I'm not on there. Okay, I see some scanning of QR codes. We're a few steps behind. All right. Who's going to help me with a countdown from 10? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. No, you need time. 3, 2, 1. No halves. Here we have our responses. Ladies and gentlemen, our winner is announced. So it's at this juncture that I'd like to ask Yongama Pamla to please come up on stage to try and help me present over the award for the best presenter. Sma. I'm just waiting for the actual award itself. I could stand there, but I don't think anybody would really want to try and carry me out of the room. Please come up on stage. We'll have your moment in the sun and we'll try and get your award to you. I must say this though, one of the most incredible things for me was hearing how many Rhodes graduates there are here. I too am a Rhodes graduate. They're doing something good in Grahamstown. Ladies and gentlemen, please another round of applause. Just getting the award. I'll do some closing remarks and then I'll get you back up.
Okay.
All right, we're just getting the award quickly. I'm going to give you some closing remarks and then we'll ask the ladies to come back. It's never nice to ask ladies to walk up and down after a long day. So I think drinks will be on me at about 6 o'clock. How does that sound? We've had a fantastic, oh goodness. So the gift is here. Don't sit. I think I'm going to be band friends with everyone. Right, that's a double on me then. Thank you so much. And thanks for having such a great sense of humor. Let's do it on stage. I'll take it from you, man. Yes, the drinks that I was talking about already in this container, as you can see. All right, more pictures, more rounds of applause, please. Thank you so much. If there's one thing we couldn't do virtually, it was hand over awards at the second time of asking. We've managed to do that on stage today. Thank you so much, ladies. We've had a fantastic first day. And I must say, I've been very impressed with everybody's timekeeping. It's taken a little bit of negotiation, shall we call it that, throughout the day, but it's been a fantastic day one. All of our speakers today have really illuminated us on so many different parts of the industry. And it was such a delight to be able to have the Deputy Minister in attendance with us for so much of the day, giving us the opening address, as well as listening to a lot of the things that had to be said today. So without further ado, I will do two more things before we can all depart. The first is to say to you, please, tomorrow morning, I'd like to start punctually. So I'm going to ask you all to be here at 8:30. There will be coffees and teas outside. We'll get everybody into the room at a time that will be specified later tomorrow, because if I tell you to be here at a certain time, you're going to say, no, he said another time. So let's have everybody here at 8:30. The cocktail function will happen outside in the foyer where we had your teas and coffees earlier. That happens at 6 o'clock this evening. You don't have to keep all your formal clothes on, but at least keep some clothes on. That's the critical thing with that. So yeah, it's really just a great networking opportunity, a chance for all of us to let our hair down even further and then just to spend some time. to get to know each other. There really isn't too much more other than that. So ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the rest of your afternoon going into the evening, and we'll see you outside at 6 o'clock. All those late have to buy the first round of drinks. Thank you so much. Have a great evening. See you tomorrow.